presence. We've seen a lot of work that the SETAs have done in your area, and we are here to do and discuss similar or projects of the same nature. May we request everyone at the back to please come forward. To my right, the seats are still open. To my right, the seats are still open. Can we now get settled? Everyone at the back. Can we get settled? May I request the team in the seats in the middle row, the front seats to be reserved for the ministry. I'm seeing two gentlemen, I'm so sorry. Sincere apologies. If you are part of the ministry's entourage, you're welcome. If not, may you please move to the sides. We have reserved these chairs for the minister and the Director General and the entourage. With due respect, thank you very much, sir. We still have a few people outside at the back. May we request that we get settled and move to the front. We've made good progress. I think we are just about to start. Chairperson will give me a signal. We're waiting for a signal from the chairperson of chairs, who's the program director for the day. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm handing over to Mr. Ndlovu, who's going to be taking care of all of us today. Thank you very much for the cooperation.
Thank you very much, Chair of the ASEO, the Association of CEOs of SETAs. I think mine is to start off by outlining the process that we're going to go through today, just so that we are all at least on the same page on what it is that's going to transpire. Basically, we're looking at starting the program right away now. We realize that we still have quite a few seats at the back. You understand for an occasion this big and the numbers of people and all the traveling arrangements, we are going to be getting people trickling in. So if our ushers could please assure that when people come in, they take the seats that are closest to the ones that are already taken as we go, so that we do not get major disruptions as we go with the program. We're going to make a start with our program and then go on up to a point where we have the minister and the entourage join us, at which stage we will then move on and take on the formalities as supposed. The ladies on the side and the gents are on my right here, for those of us who might want to have access of them at particular moments during the program. Chair Tulani Chefuta, if you are there, please follow the lead to the minister's holding room for an engagement. So we will make a start, and as we do so, you are requested to please be alerted to the presence of the ladies and the gents, the other side. As the program is flighted, you will see, we will go through the presentations and the discussions and the purpose and the inputs that will give us a background of why we're here, and then we'll move on and get the keynote address by the minister. And at some stage, we'll have a presentation to the minister that will be given to us. And Chairperson of ASEO, if you can assist us with coordinating that as well. And once that is done, we'll go out for tea and then come back and take the panel discussions for the day. Now, I need to say from the onset that we have a very packed program, and the timelines that we've set are extremely punishing and pressured, and we're going to request that throughout the day-to-day in our engagements, we do not take questions and answers from the floor, but we just assimilate and take the inputs that comes so as to save on time. It's not going to be possible for us to take questions. However, I'm informed that the team on my right is going to open access for us to be able to record our questions and comments digitally, and the committee that is working on the content will collect those and they will feed into the conference as we go. Having said that though, the structure of the program is such that all your questions and all your comments will still find expression in the panel, in the breakaway sessions that we're going to have tomorrow. So don't feel despondent that they won't find expression and articulation elsewhere. We will have space for them. May I please have the program flighted? Because again, in line with environmental protection and the move into the 4IR and 5IR era, we decided against the printing of programs and saving a couple of trees, and ensured that you will see the program as we flight it digitally to be able to follow on where we are. I'm expecting that the team will be able to flight the program right away so that we can certainly make a start. I'm also informed that as we rise and we do the national anthem, when we do, we will be led through a pre-recorded rendition, and we will then go through that with aplomb as true South Africans that we are, we always do. Let us please have the program. Certainly the first glitch of the first opening. Well, it's good when it happens early because it means then the guys are going to wake up a little bit. They've been here since last night and working very hard. So I can understand when some things begin to become, or to give them a couple of snacks. Whilst we are at that, you may as well line up the three presentations that we are told are electronic, that you'll have to go through, gentlemen, and get them ready. It might be that also the challenge is that that's a boys' choir. Maybe if you can feature a lady there somewhere, things will go faster. If there is a lady over there, you'll be surprised. It is going to move and we'll get the program sooner. Okay. When we are done with the program before the minister comes, we'll get a signal. When the minister and his entourage come, we'll be alerted and get a signal, and we'll request you to rise to welcome our minister and the entourage that he will bring. And what we will also do is to request that from the podium, we will take all protocol at the right time when the minister is here. And in order to save on time, given the pressures of time that we've got, we will ensure that we ask everyone that speaks thereafter to just observe the protocol and move on. And indeed, the chairperson of the ASEO will forward us all the observations that needs to be made. And if there is any that slips us by any chance, please accept one thing. I always say, I'm David Ndlovu, SC. And SC doesn't stand for anything legal. It stands for senior citizen. So as a result, I'm allowed the liberty of forgetfulness. So please be understanding if I indeed do sleep here and there. And the young team of CEOs that we've been working with will certainly remind us if that eventuality that I can assure you will happen not once, a few times, does happen. So we are going to be assured that they'll be there to assist us. Okay, it does seem like the program is resisting. Hopefully the rest of the other issues, oh, there we are, finally. We have the program in front of us. So we were supposed to start, ladies and gentlemen, at 9:30. We will start now right away. And I'm hoping that the national anthem is ready now, and I will not ask the room to rise until I get a signal that it is ready so that we can then rise and open with the national anthem. I'm also seeing a couple of colleagues coming in a wave, so I will give you a few minutes, maybe one, maybe two, to settle as supposed. Then if I get a signal on my right, we will then all rise and be led into the national anthem. Have I got the signal? Yes, I do have the signal, ladies and gentlemen. May I please ask you to rise? Go into the national anthem. Thank you. You may be seated. For the opening and welcome and purpose of the summit, as shown in our program, I will then gladly lead into the next session. May I please have that presentation sorted, please. Colleagues, in the interest of time, we already have lost about 20 minutes of our time. I would rather try and speak from the cuff, if I may, so as to save on the time, and also in conferring with the DG this morning and other colleagues, we picked up that there will be a lot of repetition on some of the issues, so I will not bore you with the statistics that all of you know. But the bottom line that we start off from here is that this is the first time we have the SETAs operating on a license of 10 years. This is probably the first time we have accounting authorities going for a term of 5 years. This coincidence, therefore, supposes that we are sitting in a midterm period of the existing AAs. And it coincides with the end of the 6th administration and the ushering in of the 7th administration. It therefore calls for the current AAs and the CEOs together to come together with the whole sector and have a reflection on, in the last 5 years of the 10 years of our license, what is it that we've achieved and how have we achieved it? What is it that we've done well in and what is it that we could do better in? As that then unfolded, we decided as a collective of chairpersons and CEOs to look beyond just internally to ourselves, and we said, what other reviews have been conducted that are out there? We saw the Department of Higher Education and Training review in November 8th of 2022. We've seen the DPME review. We've seen the Human Resource Development Strategy review. We've seen the Public Service Commission review. We also looked at the input that came from the HESA, and we took all of this together and said, what is it saying about us? So the purpose of the summit, therefore, is for us to reflect, think about, and review our performance over the last 5 or so years, or going to 5 years. Now, in order to do that, we had to look at what our mandate is. I'm not going to bore you with the slides because I can't see them. Oh, now I can see them. So, in our review, then, what we wanted to do was to then say, what is the mandate of the SETAs? And in looking at the mandate, you can see up there, we emphasize the issue that we have to ensure adequate, appropriate, and high quality skills that contribute towards economic growth, employment creation, and social development. Those three remain at the hub of what we are about. So when we continue engaging, we have to measure ourselves in terms of whether we have provided high quality schools, whether those skills have brought about, contributed towards economic growth and job or employment creation, as well as social development. In doing all of this, we are looking at how do we inform the next 5 years, and we have come up with some form of a construct that says, in essence, we have one thing that comes out of all the reviews, that government, and in particular our sector, needs to be governed by coordination, collaboration, transformation, catalytic issues that ensure that what we begin to measure is no more output, but we measure the impact of what it is that we do. If that is what we are about, we then ask ourselves, what informs what it is that we do and what drives what we do? And we realize that we've got to have institutional arrangements in place that will include structures, policies, strategies, and programs for implementation of SARS in the 7 pillars that we've identified. Now, you may, in your engagement, find, no, actually those pillars are more than 7. Maybe some may be collapsed into less than 7. We're starting a journey here, and you can assist into the refinement of the pillars as we go. But there is an emphasis that we will want to do as we go in this conversation. So having said that, it's inequality, poverty, unemployment at the rampage. And this is the time at which I get to be reminded of the reviews that have been conducted, starting with the 10-year review and the emphasis on the Shosholoza and the Skedonk. And the next one around 2014, 18, thereabout, and that review pointed out that, okay, you've got a good is nice, then you've got a kwara. Then you've got a third one that is talking of now, that says, look, you're either going to have a hadida, I'm leaving everything in between, or you're going to have a weavers. Now, what comes out across for all of us in this engagement is that we don't seem to have moved too much from this Ketong. And as the DG presents and all the presentations come, we need to keep ourselves asking ourselves the question, going towards the 30-year at 2030 review, would we have moved from Skedonk towards Shosholoza, or are we still finding ourselves almost around there? Are we with Gwara or we've moved further to Skudis Nice? If we don't act differently and we don't move in a way that actually measures impact, are we going to be able to move into the family of the weavers and ensure that we build a country that is successful and progressive in all respects? Again, I'm not going to go into the details. You know all of those by performance of the country and our system in terms of NEETs and in terms of, in particular, youth and how we're not doing as well as we should. And all of this is not to say there isn't some good work that we are doing. So in summary, therefore, in our purpose that we would like to guide this engagement as we go, we're going to ensure that we reflect on our performance. We identify the gaps that may exist. Obviously, we also show the good that has happened and the pockets of excellence that are there. But then we move beyond this and say, what are the ways in which we can deliver impactful, catalytic, influential, transformative programs in the next 5 years? And in doing that, how do we then contribute towards pointing a direction to the institutional arrangements that need to be put in place? The presentation you're going to hear today, as well as the panel discussions and the breakaways that you're going to have, will guide us towards same. Thank you very much. Without further ado, I'm going to ask the chairperson of FASEO to come in and lead us in the next presentation. Thank you, ma'am.
I think the presentation is loading. Program Director, thank you very much, Mr. Ndlovu, Chairperson of the Chairpersons. My name is Felenyende. I'm standing here before you today representing the 21 CEOs from ASEO, which is an organization that is representing SETAs at the level of CEOs, where we meet and discuss strategic issues and direction and advise each other on how we take our mandate forward in a way that will create impact. I'm still loading for the waiting for the presentation to load. And I've seen in the chairperson's presentation, some of the areas that I've covered are covered in the presentation. And that makes my work very easy, because it would then suggest that I just go through those quite quickly. While I'm waiting, my presentation is going to be looking at introduction, background, legislation and policy mandate, which I think the Chair of Chairs has spoken to. The mandate, which I also believe, and I've just heard it being delivered by the Chairperson of Chairs. I will look at the SETA's challenges. I will quickly just look at the globe in terms of our challenges as a country, but also zoom into SETA's structural and operational challenges. And then I will look at overall performance of the SETAs, how well have we done over the past 3-4 years. And then I will then do highlights per SETA, and that is why I am here really today representing the SETAs to say, are we really doing that bad? You know, don't we have pockets of excellence that we can showcase? Definitely yes, we do have those. While we appreciate and realize that there's still a lot of work to be done, I think it's also important, or equally important, for us to also acknowledge the good work that has been done. The presentation is not loading, Chairperson. So I am really feeling disempowered right now. So I'm going to proceed in the interest of time. The SETAs across the country, as we know, we've got 21 SETAs across the country that were established by the Minister of Higher Education and Training in terms of the Skills Development Act. We have got the legislation that is governing the SETAs. Among others is the white paper for the PSET system. We also have got a white paper for science, technology, and innovation. We have got the Skills Development Act, but we also have got SETA grant regulations, PFMA treasury regulations. We also have got the strategies that inform the work that we do. The HRT strategy towards 2030 is one of the strategies that we look at. The medium-term strategic framework, NSD S3 and NSDP 2030. We have got programs that we also align our work towards or respond to, and those are your Industrial Policy Action Plan, New Growth Path, 10-year decadal plan, as well as Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. These are among others. Just quickly, just in terms of the white paper, we know that it focuses on a single coordinated post-school system that promotes quality education and training provisioning, responding to the needs of learners, employers, and the community. Just quickly looking at the Skills Development Act, it provides for the imposition of skills development levies and matters related thereto. We also have the NSDP, which was published in March 2019 for implementation for the period 1 April 2020 to 31 March 2030. This is closely aligned to the National Development Plan. SETAs, as we know, colleagues, they are required to develop strat plans and SSPs, which then inform the work that we actually do. Critically, or the critical work that the SETAs are actually doing, it's supported by or supports the workplace-based learning programs. And those we know are your learnerships, your apprenticeships, internships, as well as the skills programs. We also have got a National Skills Development Plan 2030 that is actually giving us the marching order in terms of understanding its vision to be an educated, skilled, and capable workforce for South Africa. So the SETAs are working towards the realization of that particular vision. Now, the NSDP has got 8 pillars or 8 outcomes that we align to in the work that we do as SETAs. I'm actually really worried because there's a lot of work that I would have wanted to showcase. Okay, I think the presentation is now online. The socio-economic challenges that we are facing as a country, I think the chairperson of chairs has spoken to those. Thank you very much. The chairperson of chairs has actually spoken to those. Let me see if I can, there we go. Thank you very much. We all know that we've got the challenges of unemployment, poverty, inequality, and the DG has passionately added gender-based violence and femicide, which we believe that they should also be looked at in terms of the work that we're doing as SETAs. I just need to go back. Right. Unemployment rate, as we speak, it is sitting at 32%. When we look at unemployment rate amongst young people, between the ages of 15 to 34, it is sitting at 44% as at 2024, and this is as per the Stats SA research. when we actually zoom into the SETAs, looking at SETA structural and operational challenges, we know that there's a lot of criticism that we hear about SETAs not performing well, SETAs being corrupt, SETAs not really doing what they have been established to do. But among others, I've just picked a few from the report that was prepared for the Portfolio Committee, and those are operationally SETAs. We still have the weak linkages between higher education institutions and employers. This is a desktop research, and I think it's important for us to also realize that whilst we're going to be saying we've done so well, we also recognize our shortcomings. Urban bias skills, that is basically another criticism, that a lot of work that we do is in the urban areas. Irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure incurred by some of the SETAs, poor governance and poor management in certain SETAs. A lot of us, when the Auditor General is around, we know that they will be talking a lot about double dipping of students across different SETAs, where we have multiple students that are actually being trained at different SETAs within one financial year. Lack of integrated information management system, and high concentration of SETAs in one province. I think towards the end, we'll then be showcasing some of the work that we've done to try and address these challenges, but we'll also be showcasing one, I think, flagship initiative that we have worked on as a CEO to also try and respond to some of these challenges. Now, SETAs are actually receiving income from levies, as we know, the 1% from business that we receive. Of the 1%, 80% goes to SETAs, and then 20% goes to NSF. Whilst we've got 21 SETAs, I think it's important to actually highlight that we are the SETAs are actually not equal. We've got the top big 5 SETAs, and we've got the bottom 5 SETAs, and we also have got the, the medium-sized type of SETAs. But I think today's intervention, it's marking some changes in the system where we are saying, irrespective of the size of the SETA, integration is important. Irrespective of the size of the SETA, collaboration is important. And among others, that's why we are here today. With the income that we receive, we conduct research, the sector skills plan, which also helps us to understand and helps understand what skills and occupations that are needed by industry, so that we come up with fit for purpose, but also relevant occupations that we then train our learners on. Just quickly, the number of occupations that we have as occupations in high demand, and we've got 10 per SETA, but I've just quickly picked a few from each SETA. Mortician is one of the occupations that we have in high demand. We've got forensic accountant, we've got general manager for public service, mining engineers. We know we've got a lot of zamazamas, so mining engineers and technicians is one of the occupations in high demand. ICT analysts, automotive motor mechanics, town planning technicians, actuaries, registered nurses, not just general nurses, but registered nurses in theatre, timber and wood process worker, food and beverage technicians, ICT security specialists, and then agricultural scientists, tax professionals, chemical engineers, generic management, and then energy engineers, and also early childhood development. These are some of the occupations that we have identified through the research that we do as SETAs. Now, this is a very important slide. My previous slide spoke to the income that we're receiving from industry, and with that income, we've got quite a number of interventions that we're doing. One of the things that we one other thing that we are actually doing over and above the research that we are doing is to support the, I think we know mandatory grants, but I'm going to be focusing on the expenditure for discretionary grant. Cumulatively, as 21 SETAs, I've looked at 4 years from 2019 to 2022, 2023, we have expensed the value of over 42 billion towards training of both unemployed and employed young people across the country. And we've trained those in different interventions that the SETAs are actually supporting. Now, we will then be looking at the value for money with the 42 billion. What is it that the SETAs have actually, numbers have actually supported? When you actually look at the, I think this laser, okay, it's actually quite far. When you actually look at the numbers of learners that we have in the system, just cumulative number, total number of learners that the SETAs have registered from 2019 to 2022, 2023, we have a total number of 411,000 unemployed young people that have gone through the SETA system. Of the 411 young people that the SETAs have enrolled into different programs, we have 305,000 that have actually completed the interventions. I think this is taking us around 70–75% also, which I think, it's a great throughput based on the criticism that we actually always receive as SETAs. We also have invested in the training of the employed, and in terms of the training of the employed, we have got 198 employed trainees that have gone through our system and being supported by the SETAs. And of that 198, we have got 204 that completed. And why 204 is because often you find that we've got some numbers lagging behind, and as we proceed, we've got those numbers coming forward. In total, from the 42 billion, we have got the total number of over 600,000 of young people that were registered by SETAs have gone through, those that have gone through the SETA systems. And of those 609 young people that have gone through the SETA system, we've got 509 that completed our programs. We also have focused on artisans, and over the past 3 years, I could get statistics for 3 years, over those past 3 years, ending 2021, 2022, we registered over 40,000 young people into different apprenticeship programs, and of those we have certificated 58, which is over 100% throughput. Again, it is bringing forth of the learners that were actually left behind. Just in terms of the audit outcomes, we get audited annually, and just quickly looking at the audit outcomes, over 60% of the SETAs have received in the previous financial year clean audit outcome, unqualified audit outcome. I want to now quickly move into the highlights, because I think this is quite important, so that we then create a balance. We have a couple of highlights that I'm going to be talking to quickly. The first one is for FACET, which received an unqualified audit in 2022-2023. And SETA, they have collected and improved significantly their revenue from 395 million to 601 million. TETA, we have the worldwide university that awarded the CEO of TETA, Ms. Mapefo Ano from Pong, an honorary fellow award in October 2022. SETA received an award in recognition of funding students for integrated learning in 2021-2022 by Majuba, TVET College. Are you controlling? Are we both controlling? What's happening? Okay, you'll then control. WNR SETA, we have got the first ever WNR Skills Development Center in partnership with Sikokuni TVET College in Groblersdal that they built to the value of 146 million. Food Bev, they received a special African Leadership Award by the African Leadership Council. Next slide, please. LG SETA. I'm not so sure where you guys are at. Let me control, because really, this is a very important slide, so I don't need many hands here. We take a lot of flag on poor performance, so. Yeah. Okay, the next one. I want to be on LG SETA. Thank you very much, LG SETA. They have a program that's assisting young people with disabilities in 7 provinces, and this project is running for 12 months. And Energy and Water SETA, they have got a partnership, has a number of strategic partnerships with stakeholders such as CSIR, MTN, Innovation Hub, and other stakeholders. ETDP SETA, they have, together with the South African Public College Organization, SAPCO, the SETA ensured the successful recruitment of the funding of 60 TVET students from 21 TVET colleges in 7 provinces for placement in China. In SETA, CEO of the Year Insurance Sector South Africa Award from the World Business Outlook. They also have got a project that has supported beneficiaries employed within business and small business professionals development, and the fund for that has grown to 4.2 million. MQA has got a number of initiatives, including mining technician qualification, which is aimed at making sure that the zamazamas are taken care of. AgriSETA has an initiative where they've invested 66 million to train 400 artisans over 3 years with the expanded public works program. Health and Welfare SETA, they have Higher Health in collaboration with Health and Welfare SETA and QCTO. They've developed a national civic education and health program which addresses GBV, stress, depression, and mental health related challenges. FPNM SETA, the national, has received Minister's Award for recognition of most outstanding individual in the SETA space. Mixed SETA developed 50 occupational qualifications that are for IR aligned, very important, very relevant. Services SETA has got a hairdressing and barber project that exemplifies innovation by directly addressing the critical shortage of suitable training environments in hairdressing and beauty sectors. Chieta opened 3 smart skills centers to bridge the digital skills divide. More than 10,000 rural community members benefited from these centers. PSETA, in 2021, PSETA partnered with Microsoft South Africa and Africa Tikkun Services on the Global Initiative South Africa. MERSETA established 4 IR centers and laboratory at 3 TVET colleges. Bank SETA, over the last 2 years, they partnered with TETA to train 1,200 learners on a new venture program, obtaining a motorbike license. And you know, Uber Eats is a big issue is a big deal. In conclusion, and way forward, as SETA CEOs, we have come together in support of this initiative and organizing this initiative because we understand that out of this event or function, we will be having resolutions that we're going to take forward as an association of CEOs. We are also planning to have an integrated ASEO report on an annual basis that will continually dismiss the myths that we are having around SETA performance, corruption, and all the negatives that we have and we hear all the time on SETAs. We're hoping that there will be a framework that will come out of this summit that will guide us on how we proceed on supporting integrated initiatives, high impact initiatives, strengthening collaboration among SETAs, and making sure that there's coordinated efforts across PSET and across other government departments, economic sectors, regions, and the private sector, including civil society and labor. As I close out, I just want to showcase one initiative which I think is a showstopper that we have worked hard as ASEO collectively to make sure that we address some of the fragmentations that we have in the system. LMIS, can we have that running? This is an initiative that is led by ASEO, supported by the Chairperson's Forum. Are we ready? SETA, are you here? Where is our CIO? Okay, let's do this thing. Let's do this thing, CIO. Okay, I suppose the CIO is controlling it. I thought he's going to take us through it. We'll just follow on the screen.
Approved and 0 have been rejected. So these values, of course, all update in real time. And you can actually click on this and it'll take you to view those LOIs. And from welcome to the presentation on MICT SETA's new learner management system. It is quite a complex system, so we have broken it down into these 6 key points. We will begin by looking at the live dashboard where we can see in real time how the LOI submissions are going. Point number 2 takes us in more detail in those submissions. Point number 3, we look at double dipping and how we deal with that internally. Point number 4, we have a look at the digital certificates that we have introduced. Point number 5, we look at how we verify the assessors and moderators now. And finally, point number 6, we have a look at management reporting. All right, let's look at what the dashboards look like. So once we sign in to the system, we can select from a number of roles. So remember, each account can have multiple roles on the system. And for the purposes of our demonstration today, we'll be using the LPD admin role to view their dashboard. So from here you can see that there are a total of 1,564 LOIs, and of those 1,350 have been submitted, 214 are in progress, 0 are approved, and 0 have been rejected. So these values, of course, all update in real time. And you can actually click on this and it'll take you to view those LOIs. And from this view, you can also see what the submissions themselves look like. So you can see the company details, when they started, what date they submitted on, what the current status is, what their progress percentage is nice, and so on. The nice part about this is that during the submission progress, if you notice that certain companies are getting stuck at a certain point, you can actually then contact them and assist them with their submissions. From here, you can also view the submission audit trails. So let's choose this one over here. And this is an audit trail that keeps track of any change that's happened to the submission. So throughout the lifetime of the submission, anytime an action is taken, that is tracked for auditing purposes. Alright, let's have a look at how we deal with double dipping internally. So for this, we're going to be using the external role of Learning Program Facilitator. Once we are signed in there, we can see our dashboard, and on the left hand side we have the Learning Programs menu. If we select the current active window, we can see the company details and the learning programs that are associated with them. If we then go deeper into the view, we can see the specific learning programs. In this case, we have a learnership. We can see the duration, the learners. We can see there are 2 allocated learners and 1 has been added. And there's a grant amount. We have the status of started, and under actions we can view the learners. And here we have a learner by the name of Tim, and this is his ID number, so I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to go back and I'm going to try to add the same learner to another learning program. So I'm going to go in here, actions, learners again, and then there's a blue button here for add new learner. So I'm going to click that, paste in the ID, hit search learner, and you'll see that it automatically populates all the fields that it retrieved from the ID number. And then we're going to try to enter the dates, date entered, and the date the program started, and I'm going to say add learner. And now we get a message saying that the learner is currently enrolled in another learning program. So it prevents us essentially from adding the same learner to another learning program, thereby preventing double dipping. So currently this of course only works internally with MICT SETA, but once we roll out the shared services model, this will ideally be in place across all the SETAs. Next up, we will be looking at the ETQA admin role, and this is to see how the certification process has changed. So from their dashboard, we can click on learning programs, and we can look at funded programs or non-funded, and we can then look at the training programs and see all the details. And from here we can go to actions and view that program. So from here you can do things like adding a print schedule and so on, viewing a list of all your learners and their associated documents. We can also, if needed, do a reprint, so we can look at approved applications in this case. So over here we can see that this learner has lost their certificate and they've applied to have a reprint, and this has been approved by the senior manager, and we can view a sample of that. So this is what those certificates look like. So these all come with a QR code that you can use to verify that certificates are legitimate. So if you scan that code, it'll take you to the page that verifies that this is actually a legitimate certificate from MICT SETA. So if you scan that QR code, it takes you to this page over here on the SETA website. So we have MICT SETA Learner Certificate Verification System, and tells you that Mark Mkwanazi has successfully achieved competence against the following SAQA registered qualification. It gives the name of the certificate, and it shows you the unit standard code that they have been certified for, along with the title, NQF level, how many credits, and so on. Right, next up we're going to show you how we can also verify the assessors and moderators. So here from the ETQA assessor role, we can go to profile and we can see our assessor registration document. So this document shows, of course, that the assessor is registered as an assessor for the following qualifications. So we have the SAQA IDs and the titles of the qualifications, which level they're on, the credits, and we also have a QR Welcome to the presentation on MICT SETA's new learner management system.
Okay,
It is quite a
CIO,
complex
are we
system, so we have
done?
broken
I
it
see
down
it
into
is
these 6
restarting.
key points. We will
It's
begin by looking
restarting.
at the live.
We were quite comfortable to just have it to the end because we are almost going to have the minister. So we thought
We can
let's
go
just
to
allow
profile.
it to complete.
And we can see our assessor registration document. So this document shows, of course, that the assessor is registered as an assessor for the following qualifications. So we have the SAQA IDs and the titles of the qualifications, which level they're on, the credits, and we also have a QR code again over here that we can scan to verify that this is a legitimate assessor. Okay, lastly, we're going to look at the management role, and we're going to have a look at the reports that they can see from their side. So if we look at the LOI report, if we look at all DG windows, we can see this view over here with all the reports, but then the useful report that we have is the extended reports. So we have the province LOI submission comparison, where we can see how many LOIs have been submitted per province. We have a status comparison. We can see how many are pending and how many have been submitted and so on. We can see a company size comparison. In this case, we're looking at the annual turnover, director age comparison, company director gender comparison. So these are all useful reports for management. We can see the same thing on the WSP submission side. So here we have the main view, we have the extended reports, and we can of course download all of these reports. So here we have a province WSP submission comparison, status comparison, and so on. So each one of these reports are customized according to what management would like to see. Thank you. We hope that you have enjoyed this presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That is the product of our CEO and Chairpersons Forum. As we indicated, this is the LMIS initiative that is going to be supporting cities with beginning to respond to the shared service principle and working together in partnership with each other, but also with business and communities. On that note, Chairperson, let me thank you for the opportunity and thank the SETA CEOs for having given me the opportunity to lead a SEO. It is indeed a privilege and an honor, and we are hoping that we'll be able to achieve the objectives of this summit. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, CEO. Excellent work indeed. You will recall that we had said at a stage that we must be reminded that there is good work that is happening and has happened, and the CEO has done a great job of taking us through the work that has happened. So when you stand in front of a mirror and the mirror gives you an image, it doesn't choose to give you those parts about you that you like only. It also gives you the parts that you don't like so much about yourself. And when I was teaching young ones, I always used to say, when you know that you have a big nose like myself and you don't like it, the one thing you must always try and do is when you look at the mirror, check the nose first. Even though you don't like it, check it first, because you're gonna be sure that you don't leave something that will draw attention to the nose. So if you look at the nose and you see that there's something showing that shouldn't be showing, start there, move it out, because the likelihood is half the people that will be looking at noses may not notice that yours is just as big. But if you leave that speck there, they certainly will all be talking about your big nose. So we're seeing all the good work that we've been doing here, and it doesn't take away from the fact that we're saying, notwithstanding, what is it that is not going so well that we should look at and do something about? As the IT team is preparing to make sure that the DG speech is flighted without challenges, I'm reminded of a big friend of mine and great bureaucrat that I once worked with, Mr. Khetsile Huku. May his soul rest in peace. Every time we had a glitch with IT, because there was Steve Bowman in the department who knew how to deal with IT, he said, "Hey, Kache, isifuna umlungu ke manje." So, isifuna umlungu. Manje I'm looking around and saying, how? Namanje safuna umlungu bafana. Okay. We must do better. We must do better. We must do better. Having said that, I would love to spend some time maybe reminding the AAs where we come from, and maybe reminding the House how this team of the AAs that sit here and the CEOs started their journey. You will recall that the term of office started on the 1st of April of 2020, in the midst of COVID. And the only time this team of AAs was able to meet for the first time with the minister, I think, was in June. And in that June meeting, the minister gave some injunctions. And one of the major injunctions the minister gave was, you need to have shared services. And one of the major ones is going to be an ICT system that is going to manage the management of all learners across the system. The second mandate he gave was that of looking at a joint bargaining forum. And these AAs have been working on those two mandates tirelessly through that COVID era right up to now. And I think they deserve a very, very loud round of applause for the work that they have done. In one of the meetings in my SETA, I listened to the AGSA report about how badly we were doing, in particular in the area of the double dipping and hobnobbing of learners across the sector, to an extent that we have developed what they are calling serial learners and internship hoggers in the system. And I sat there and I said, had it not been for COVID, we would have resolved this problem in 2021, or at least at the latest by June 2022. Because I'm informed now that come April, latest June of next year, we will have this LMS in full function. Don't be stingy. I'm sure that requires a hand. It therefore means, notwithstanding all the difficulties that have been there, this team of hardworking chairpersons and CEOs would have done the best they can to deliver, or they could rather, to deliver on the mandate that the minister actually gave them. It is on that note that I want to request that we get at least one or two comments from the chairpersons present, and I can see, and my eyes are already roaming to some of them that I would want to volunteer before I call them, to make a comment on the injunctions as well as the work that has been done in their SETAs, as well as jointly in the work that has been done by the forum in the last 4 or so years. So before I call names, I'm sure I'm going to get a volunteer or two as we check on the whereabouts of the minister. I see a rise. Who's going to be first? Don't just look at me, please rise. Don't look at me. I know you've got a good story to tell. No, here is the mic. So come take this, man. No, come over, Chair. We can't be shy about the achievements and simply bash ourselves and talk only about the failures or the things that we haven't done so well about. We should also be able to gloat a little about the good that we've delivered on, because we may not have the time. I'm aware that we have lost a lot of time, but we've also gained a bit of time because the minister is just about to join us, and that time has then been used up for this. Please come over, my brother. Thank you. Sharp, my brother.
All right. Here, no? All right.
Masombuku uzointroduce, angifuni ukumchaza.
All right. Thank you, Kacheni. Thank you, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, thank you very much. My name is Tabo Masombuga. I had an unfortunate honor of chairing one of the difficult SETA that work in a difficult sector in construction, the construction SETA. But I do have a privilege of working with my chair at SETA, Mewezi Koza. And Chairperson Kacheni is correct. One of the most important, difficult challenges we had to begin with in realigning the work of the SETAs was to focus on collaboration, clustering, focusing on a broader impact to the beneficiaries and the number of learners that we service. You would appreciate that for many years, SETAs have been, without the fault of their own, in most instances, operating in silos because they were focused in ensuring that they service those particular sectors from which levy payers contribute. But as Chairperson Kacheni said, one of what the minister implored on us over and above working with TVETs, who are, by the way, the most readily available, important strategic stakeholder in the work of SETAs. The minister also said that let's focus our efforts on ensuring that we broaden impact in the communities within which we work. And I can proudly say my CEO will come later and be part of the program and coordinated discussion that relates to strategic high impact and value proposition in the work that we're doing. So far, one of our biggest highlights is a project that is coming to be implemented very soon. It's in the village of Omanani in Guyana, in the center stage of rurality, where we are collaborating with a number of SETAs to develop a multi-purpose, high-impact skills, smart skills center. And what that skills center will focus on, amongst other things, is a number of offerings that are not just related to construction, but that have got an impact in helping the village girls and village young men to be able to acquire skills for the economy and ensure that they contribute to their livelihood. And that project is currently sitting at just over 200 million currently. And we will then look forward to ensure that we invite more strategic players to join us in the journey of ensuring that the impact we do reaches out to a number of learners. So you will not be surprised that throughout these proceedings, throughout the next 2 days, conversations and discussions are going to be about impact in its broadest sense. So that then we're able to utilize the little resources that we have to make sure that we convert those into huge economic opportunities. And we invite you as strategic stakeholders and business in particular to join us in this collaboration in ensuring that we broaden the impact. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bab Masombuga. I'm still looking to hear Siswezi. I can see you're also itching. Please come. I'm also wanting to note and check. I see Duncan is folding a paper. He's probably making some notes there to come and make a comment as well. To come and make a comment as well. Maybe I should at this stage ask all the presenters and or speakers that will come to please come behind the sign language specialist. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Temba. I wouldn't want to miss this opportunity for the work that which SETA has done. My name, as he said, is Wezi Khoza, and I'm leading a board that has got very much like Thabo has indicated, very much leading members. As for SETA, there are many initiatives that which we have had, and many of them have been successful. And I think you all know that we have got smart skill centers that have been established in rural, deep rural areas. The first one was in Saldanha Bay, a very quiet Saldanha Bay place. We did it in conjunction with the IDZ there in Saldanha Bay. And it was launched by the minister. And we also have one in deep rural Babanango, which we launched there together with the representatives from King, Misuzulu, from KZN. And then we also have got another one, which we also launched, which was the CEO is going to mention all of them. Otherwise, we have got 3. And before the end of our term, we shall have opened all 9 SETAs in all provinces. Just last week, on the 16th, SETA launched a digital hub together with JBS, and that one, I actually indicated to our CEO that it's a huge initiative that which we had, because it's a digital transformation hub that looks mainly at research, a subject which is many a times forgotten. Now, a list of initiatives are already planned for conceptualization, but it is now open and it is there for anybody to visit. Some of the things that are going to be looked at there, or which are already being implemented, is the business intelligence systems, also AI-based skills focusing. Okay.
Thank you very much. We will go back and take this engagement. May I please ask the House to rise as the Minister joins the gathering? Minister, thank you so much. Thank you so much. The Minister has given the directive and instruction for us to sit. Thank you very much, by order of the Minister. Thank you. Minister, I have the privilege of saying Mfano Seqa. DG will do the rest. DG. It is indeed a great pleasure and honor for us to have you in our midst. May I take this time to acknowledge Khosima Umane from Kiani, and the project we are speaking about here is the project that we are running in his rural place, and the engagement we are having is extremely exciting. We indeed are honored by your presence, Dabezit. May I also take this opportunity to welcome all the DGs present, and welcome all other departmental officials of other government departments that are here, to welcome the chairpersons of the SETAs present, together with the CEOs of the SETAs that are here, and particularly and especially to welcome all the stakeholders of the PSET sector that are invited. I will not do justice if I were to try and call you all one by name and recognize you. And I also call specifically and especially all the heads of the institutions of the public sector in our delivery institutions, and in particular, the chairperson of the TVETs, as well as those present from the CET sector as well. More importantly, I wish to welcome and thank everybody that has turned up to grace this occasion. And like we had said earlier on, as we asked DG to rise to make his presentation and subsequently welcome and introduce the minister, we will then take on and stand on the protocol that the DG will have established. And from then onwards, as we engage, we will follow that protocol to the end of the day in order to get some catch up on time that we already have lost. DG, over to you, sir. You will use that one. But you've got the one in hand.
The program director and the chair of chairs of all our SETAs forum, Mr. Themba Ndlovu, needs no introduction in the post-school education and training system. Thank you very much for holding the fort whilst we had a short briefing earlier on. Apologies for the delay, but thank you very much for also your words of welcome. The Deputy Minister Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think we are ready. We could then take this opportunity to recognize all our distinguished ladies and gentlemen, starting by recognizing our Honorable Minister, who will be introduced to you later on, our Deputy Minister, the members of the Portfolio Committee that are present here with us, all SETA chairpersons and chief executive officers, the accounting authorities present in all our SETAs, the post-school education and training entities and institutions that are present here today, the senior and other officials from various spheres of government that are present, of course, organized labor, organized business, organized community constituencies present, the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege for us to present before you today, very briefly, to just take you through the planning pillars that inform the work that we are doing today. I'm going to move ahead, program director, whilst we're sorting out the technology. Oh, it's appearing now. I think what we would like to do today is to just kind of frame the conversation, frame the 2 days, and show areas in the 2 days that are crucial, that articulates the mandate of the post-school education and training system, that articulates the vision of the post-school education and training system, that also indicates specifically what are the delivery enablers that we have. We would like to make and embed our conversation to some of the key directives, and we refer to the President's reference to the pattern of operating in silos that have defined the work that we do across all governments, and therefore this summit to be seen as an attempt to ensure that there's seamlessness, there's better collaboration, and there's better cooperation in the entire sector. We embed the work that we are doing here today to the provision of our constitutions that says that basic education shall be free, basic education shall be for everyone, but further education shall be realized progressively. Further education will be provided by the state through reasonable measures and must, in that regard, be made progressively available and accessible. This is provisions of the constitutions that reminds us that in our engagements, we need to take into account in our mandate that we have a duty to look at those who are in the system, but also those that are outside of the system. And I think we will be talking about the almost 3.4 million young people sitting outside of the post-school education and training system, whereas we are speaking of 2.5 million young people that are currently within the system, and the responsibility for us to ensuring that as we implement the constitutional imperatives, we ensure that this is taken into account. It's important, Program Director, that we take into account that government has continued to spend a large share of its national budget on education. It's also important to note that in the financial year 2019-20, the country's spending on education as a proportion of the overall government expenditure was 22.7%, which is 7.2% of the GDP, far exceeding the benchmark set by UNESCO, which recommends the allocation of 15 to 20% of national budgets, which remains between 4 to 6% of the GDP of education. So the conversation in the 2 days have got to look into this investment in education that exceeds the UNESCO benchmarks. And we need to be saying, to what extent are these investments helping us to achieve the targets that we have set? Notwithstanding this fact, it's important that we take into account the efforts of our government and how we have prioritized education, particularly in the 6th administration. Student funding through NSFAS has grown since 1991 from dispersing about 21.4 billion to almost 48 billion. And between 2019 and 2023, we have dispersed 192 billion rands, benefiting close to 4 million students in both universities and TVET colleges. Recently, our minister has introduced a comprehensive student funding model, targeting to support all categories of students, including those who are currently not supported by NSFAS bursary and funding policies, to access education and training opportunities at our public institutions. It's important also that we take into account the fact that the initial capitalization fund, totaled close to 4 billion, has prioritized 47% of the missing middle students this year, that is close to 31,000 students that have benefited from the implementation of the first phase of the new comprehensive student funding model. In the 2 days, particularly in the commissions, we are going to look into specifically an analysis of the problem facing the post-school education and training system. If I were to be brief and say what is, or try to answer the question, what is the nub of the problem? The nub of our problem is that we sit here as a system that caters for close to 2.5 million students when 3.4 million young people of South Africa are not in any form of education, not in any form of training, and unemployed. This becomes one of the areas that are going to inform our conversations. It's also important that we take note of the fact that our target for 2030 in terms of CET colleges is 1 million students, and we are still sitting at around 128,000 students that are in the system currently. We should be focused at the target for the TVET colleges that seeks to achieve at least 2.5 million TVET colleges, instead of the current numbers that are still sitting in the system. If I were to take the numbers for 2017, they are slightly above 500,000, but the enrollments for this year are speaking to 518,000 students that are sitting in the system. Looking at this against the target of 2.5 million means that it's important that our conversation also begin to speak to the size and shape of the post-school education and training system. Currently, the numbers at universities are around 1.1 million, and with about 128,000 in CET colleges, and less numbers than we've projected in TVET colleges, and those that are in skills programs run by our SETAs still are less than the numbers sitting outside of the system. And therefore, it's important for us to ensure that we identify the skills that are needed to drive our country's economic growth and social development, and ensure the availability of quality skills in the system. It's important that we take this into account as we move on and discuss the issues that pertain to our vision for an integrated, coordinated, and articulated PSET system for improved economic participation and social development of our youth and adults. Ours is to provide strategic leadership to the entire system, ensuring that we develop appropriate steering mechanisms, effective oversight and monitoring and evaluation in the system, providing support services in relation to teaching and learning, as well as ensuring that the funding of the post-school education and training system and entities is aligned to the targets that we have set. The outcomes that we aim to achieve going forward continues to be an increased participation of our youth in the system. It continues to be the optimal use of the resources in the PSET system. It continues to ensure the impact that is improved social and economic development, and ensuring excellent teaching and learning, addressing education and training needs of individuals and employers and society as a whole. We have identified measures that will assist us to identify the milestones that we achieve as we proceed going to the 7th administration. Some of these will include ensuring that we improve enrollments in the system, especially in our colleges, ensure that the student completion rates improve, that the skills programs are supported by our SETAs, that the infrastructure development support continues, and that the funding support and implementation oversight informs the work that we do. Of course, the health of our own business operations is important to us. The minister later on in the day is going to launch the key impact programs that are the focus of the 2 days. During that opportunity, the minister will share with us why we have decided that it's important to prioritize coordination and cooperation in the sector to make a better impact. The 2037 service delivery targets are reflected, and they are going to be circulated during the conversations in the breakaway teams. We are going to use this to inform the work that is going to be done in these areas. The system as a whole, or the post-school education and training system, has a budget of 137.5 billion rands. The question is, are we realizing the targets that we have set in a manner that also informs the quality conversations that should inform the our conversations during the working committees. 24.5 billion of this is allocated to the National Skills Fund, and the voted fund is 113 billion rands. And all of this, it's important for us to consider as we develop an agenda for the 7th administration. I wish to conclude, Program Director, that there are key areas that we should be proud of coming out or towards the end of the 6th administration. And the efforts towards expanding access to post-school education and training opportunities have realized positive outcomes. And if you would like to see, since 2019, there's about 2.1 million students that have enrolled in our universities, and about 1.3 million students enrolled in our public and private higher education and training institutions, compared to the 60.3% of the students enrolled in TVET, CET, and universities. But still, compared to the targets of the National Development Plan, a lot of work needs to be done. Program Director, allow me at this point in time to move to the second portion of the task that I am requested to perform here today, and that is to introduce our minister, who needs no introduction to the sector, that knows the work that has been done since the 2019, since the establishment of this department, and it's important for us to take this into account. Tomorrow, we also are going to be privileged to introduce to you our Deputy Minister, who's going to speak to these areas that we have targeted in this regard. The Minister, as a public sector leader, currently served as the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, holds the distinction of being South Africa's first Minister of Higher Education and Training and the first Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. Over the decades, the Minister held various senior political leadership roles, and these include serving as a member of the National Deployment Committee of the African National Congress and the chairperson of the ANC's Parliamentary Study Group on Education. He's also the former chairperson of the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee And our minister is also the former chairperson of the Financial Sector Campaign Coalition and has served as a leader of the South African Communist Party in a number of capacities, including the Secretary General and the Deputy Chairperson of the Central Committee of the SACP. Our minister is currently the chairperson of the SACP, and there are many other positions that he holds. The minister published a number of academic and political work, and some of this work will include the Unsocial Science Indicator, Volume 11, Number 2, The Schooling in the Context of Violence in South Africa, Dealing with the Challenges of Change, work that will actually tell you the story of one of the finest sons of the soil that have contributed significantly to our democracy. Professor Bonginkosi Emmanuel Blade Nzimande has a long and distinguished career in the public service, and between 2014 and 2017, he served as the Minister of Higher Education and Training, and between 2018 and 19, also served as the Minister of Transport. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to request you to kindly join me to welcome the Minister as he ascends the stage to address us. And as we do so, we are allowed to make as loud the noise as possible to make him feel as comfortable as possible as he comes to join us in the stage.
Thank you, Tito. No, I think let me take it out of here. Let me take this out of here. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Program Director, Bob Ndlovu, Chairperson we SETA, the DG of the Department of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Sishi, as well as other senior managers of the DHET who are here. The SETA chairpersons, Osihlalo, and the CEOs, and members of the SETA accounting authorities who are all here. Greetings to all of you. Representatives of our post-school entities and institutions, our universities, TVET colleges and community colleges. Ilezi zinto zenu-ke ezingakwazi uku-adjusta ko-size babantu. Ngoba manje une-problem ukuthi aningiboni lapha. Ngoba kunale design which is discriminatory. Terrible. Let me also greet other senior government officials who are here. Representatives from organized labor, the trade unions, and business representatives and other representatives of industry, community-based organizations, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I've realized that I've got the right speech here. But let me complete the other speech I nearly took out. That on the 29th of May, we are all going out to vote. Okay? So I've got the right speech then, not the election campaign. I'm very honored to deliver this keynote address at this historic gathering, the SETA Skills Summit. We haven't had such a summit for a very long time, if ever also of this nature. Possibly the one of this nature is the first one. This summit is important in a number of respects. The DG has highlighted some of the contextual issues and how these discussions in this summit relates to the work that we are doing in the Department of Higher Education and Training. Let me acknowledge that the summit is a product of the vision of the chairpersons of the SETA boards, their forum, as well as the Association of SETA Chief Executive Officers, working with my department. I remember the CEOs, about 4 of them, waylaying me at the airport to come and brief me about this plan. I'm glad that this is materialized. Mangabe nanicabanga ukuthi nize kumina njengoNicodemus bobumnyama hayi sengiyasho ke ngenza ukuthi cha neza kumina nazongibona. So in other words, I'm briefed. To help us appreciate the importance of this summit, I wish to highlight a few key things. The first is the important role that is played by our SETAs in skills development in our country. I know that to many people, SETAs is a swear word. I hope that coming out of this summit, you will also be able to communicate very clearly a lot of good work that is being done by our SETAs. We are not saying that there are no problems or challenges, but there is a hell of a lot of good work that is being done by our SETAs. Of course, yes, give yourselves a big round of applause. Some of them, I can mention them even if you wake me up at night. When I started as Minister of Higher Education and Training in 2009, most, if not all of the SETAs were all up there in fancy offices, nicely locked, and largely what they were doing, they were processing training contracts with service providers. It's a big change today. I remember one mentioned this SETA CEO once told me that the SETAs are not government entities. They are entities of the private sector. So we are not going to tell us what to do. Yes. I'm glad he's gone, and I wish he never comes back to the SETA space. Today, the SETAs have built a very strong relationship with our TVET college sector. Anyone who denies that, stand up and say, Minister, we are not speaking the truth. Our SETAs have helped us to build skills centers, including in the remotest of rural areas where there is not a single post-school and education and training institution. Our SETAs have increased learnerships and apprenticeships in a big way. Our SETAs have helped to place our TVET college graduates who have been unemployed, who have been requiring what in their own language they call in-service training. We call it workplace-based training. Our SETAs have made a lot of contribution to that. Now, what detractors and enemies, they would say, yeah, Nzimande, we are saying this now, we are beginning to campaign. Government work doesn't stop because there's going to be an election on the 29th of May. This is the work that we are continuing to do. It's been a long road, but I am glad that the SETAs today do understand our mandate about what their role should be. That is why I've always been saying, please publicize your work. You know, you can do excellent work, but if you don't tell anybody about it, no one will know. I'm not saying there are no challenges. I'll mention a few of them just now. Through their sector-specific focus and expertise, our SETAs contribute significantly to addressing skills gaps, skills mismatches, promoting employment and enhancing productivity within their respective industries. Our SETAs also play a crucial role in aligning training and development efforts with the needs of employers and the labor market, thus ensuring the development of a skilled and capable workforce that can become a catalyst for economic growth and development. Ama-SETA ngiyawathanda abashadisi. Yeah. Ngifuna nishadise ama-TVET, nama-employers, the youth that is unemployed with workplace experience. Yes, uma kuthiwa khona abashadisi abakhulu kule sector yami, yinina. You are the matchmakers. And continue to do that. Now, I'm not going to talk about the policy context, the white paper, the DG has spoken about some of those things, the National Skills Development Plan, and so on. Now, this policy instrument that the DG has outlined are not only critical for enabling our country to articulate and implement a coherent human resources development plan, but also to ensure that we embrace a skills development approach that is collaborative and sustainable, as opposed to a piecemeal and competition-driven approach. I'm glad that one of the key objectives of this meeting, of this summit, is to ensure that SETAs are able to better coordinate amongst themselves, but also with other key role players, something that is very important. This is important because if we consider the unacceptably high number of unemployed young people in our country and the urgent challenge of what we call the needs, neither in employment, those who are neither in employment, education, or training, as well as people who are not in any formal education, employment, and training, the SETAs therefore becomes important. By the way, I want to say I'm passionate about this. I'm very passionate about media monitoring. I would like, by the way, every SETA to have some media monitoring capacity. What is being said about your sector? What is being said about the work that you do? The other day I was listening to the SAFM show just after the 11 o'clock news, saying that we've got 9.9 million youth that is neither in employment, education, or training. That's not our statistic. Now, I sat and listened. Nobody came in, even a single one. Ordinarily, we should have gone back to SAFM to say, sorry, here are the correct statistics, that it's just over 3 million, 3.3 or so, young people who are in this category. Because if you allow such a thing to continue being said, we give a wrong impression. It's therefore important that a collaborative approach is followed. In any case, what is important about this summit, and one of your goals, that of collaborative work, is that there are a lot of areas that are forcing you to collaborate, as SETAs as well as with other stakeholders. If I can just remind you briefly, in 2020, I extended the life of the SETAs from being every 5 years to 10 years. 2020 to 2029, 2030, I said, let's treat it as one period, so no SETA will be dissolved within that time, so that there is continuity of programs with a longer term view and better planning and much more certainty. I'm glad that you are exploiting that, because then in this summit you are going to say, what have we done over the last 5 years? Where have we fallen short? And what are we going to do over the next 5 years to improve? And what kinds of major goals do we want to achieve? That, for me, is very important, what we are doing. Now, there are areas that force you to collaborate, in any case. One, the SETAs, all of them, must focus on workplace training. Don't just take that money, what you call the mandatory grant. Just give it to the employers and then you lose interest. Because I can tell you some employers are doing very well with that money. Others are not doing great. It's just some extra cash that we are not sure whether it's actually being used for what it's supposed to be used for. So you must actively monitor that. And it's important that you also discuss in this summit, how do you monitor the money that we have given to employers? Yes, it is mandatory to employers, but unlike that CEO who is no longer here, it's not for employers to do as they wish. We need workplace training, including internships and learnerships. Our own research, by the way, tells us that 70% plus of youngsters who have gone through an internship or a learnership, they end up being employed. So you must pay attention, and you have a common interest in sharing experiences as SETAs on ensuring that the mandatory grant is actually spent for what it's supposed to spend for. No employer must tell you that it's none of your business. You actually are handling these monies, but develop a positive relationship with the employers. Not behave like a speed cop. Not that speed cop are doing bad work, they're doing good work. We need to do more than that. I was Minister of Transport, I don't want to say, I'm saying speed cops. If you're speeding, you must be caught and be fined, no matter how painful it is. But let's develop relations with employers so that we are able to both jointly monitor that. But that's one common thing already amongst the SETAs. The other common thing amongst the SETAs is that we need artisan production. Not all the SETAs are in this, but most of the SETAs are in this. The production of artisans is a priority for our country. Also, you need to better coordinate the already good work that we are doing in skill centers. Now, I don't want to turn this into a political platform, but some of the opposition to government today, when you invite them and say, let's together go, like I'm inviting them now, to go with me to Skukuni, to go and open the WNR Skills Center. They don't come. And then they say, Minister, the SETAs are wasting money. I'm inviting them again, Ozan. And there are many others. You go to Richmond, we're opening another one, Mkuza, deep in the rural areas, in KZN. There are many other skill centers that we are also opening in many parts of the country. Now, you have an interest in coordinating and sharing experiences as SETAs on this issue of skill centers. Also, by the way, what I'm calling for, if SETA A builds a skill center, there is no reason why SETA B and SETA C up to SETA 20 can't say, what is it? Already there is infrastructure, already there is a center, already there is a place where there is activity. What would be wrong if we also see how, as the other SETAs can come in and build there? That's another area of your cooperation within the context of your high impact. It makes it easy if you already have, even if it's a couple of buildings, they already have services, they are connected, all you have to do is to expand. Also, the other area of cooperation is your support to TVET colleges. That you are already doing, but you need to do more. And another area of cooperation is relationship with employers, relationship with industry. These are some of the things that you are already doing. So I'm glad the summit is going to look into this and identify new areas for collaboration so that you don't work in silos as the SETAs. But to say so does not mean that the sectoral work that each SETA is doing is no longer important. You must do both. Do your sectoral work excellently, but also collaborate where we are supposed to collaborate. These two things, in fact, do talk to each other. I was reminding the chairperson of the Peace SETA that in the language that he knows is that there is a dialectical relationship, chairperson of ETDP SETA, between sectoral work and cooperative work. The two reinforce and must reinforce each other. Because I don't want a situation for a SETA CEO to say to me, no, Minister, we have agreed now on collaborating, so don't come and ask me about my own sectoral work. So it's very important. Now, I want to also say something about why this summit is extra special. This summit is extra special because you have already identified high-impact programs which we are launching today that are aligned to our country's National Development Plan and the National Skills Development Plan, and I dare say also aligned to the Human Resources Development Strategy. And you must keep on checking that as you implement, we are still within this framework. Now, the focus areas, let me talk briefly about the focus areas, your 6 high-impact areas. So that you see that as a minister, I am not just second-guessing you, but I have got a very deep understanding of this. All right? That I am a champion of this. The first one is infrastructure development. I'm very glad, I'm very happy that the SETAs have identified this as a high-impact area. One problem that I identified when we started the Department of Higher Education and Training in 2009 was that where normally you have the biggest need for skills training, deep in the rural areas, there are no infrastructure, there are no facilities. And you can't be training an artisan under a tree. With due respect, you can't do that. The fact that we managed to say some of the SETA monies must contribute to building infrastructure because you can't train without that infrastructure, I am glad that we are prioritizing this and we are integrating it into our national skills development thinking. So this is very important, precisely to improve capacity for provision of services. Sometimes, by the way, Kachen, I don't like this concept of delivery. Concept of delivery is a problem. It reminds me of a wheelbarrow. That government goes past like a wheelbarrow. Problem with a wheelbarrow is that if you put it down and leave it there, you'll find it there the next day. That's not how we should be thinking of working as government. We should be thinking of provision of services. Okay, we call it deliver for now. So it's very important. Also, the goal of significant reduction of the unemployed people, including graduates, is an absolutely central second high-impact area. And SETAs play a crucial role here. Ilana abashat is corner foot, Dr. Yend. Because one of the biggest challenges we are facing in our country is what we call transition from an educational institution to the workplace. That transition is one of the most challenging things that we are facing. And SETAs, with their internships and learnerships, amongst others, it's very important in the reduction of unemployment. And don't say because at the moment we've got high unemployment, then you must stop doing these things. Because then if the economy picks up and we haven't done these things, we're going to be in trouble. We're going to be in trouble. Precisely when things are down, you invest more in education and skills development. That is what we must understand. The third area also, which I agree with fully, is sustainable entrepreneurship, SMMEs, and cooperatives. That's a crucial area because these are not necessarily areas of employment, but it's areas of self-employment and also creation of jobs. I've ended up being convinced now as minister. At some stage, I wasn't convinced. Good. Can you really teach umuntu ongakaze adayisa amakinati emgaqweni kaDambuza ukuthi abe yi-entrepreneur? Ngoba at least you must have that. I had my younger brother, he's late now. He was selling peanuts at school until he saved enough and bought a bicycle to be able to go to school. But now I am aware that you can actually teach entrepreneurship. And we must support that. And we must support the strengthening of SMMEs. You know, in South Africa, we've got this problem of thinking of SMMEs as peripheral. We are the only country that thinks that way. SMMEs actually are the best in terms of training and development. If you go to countries that have got the best training like Germany, the majority of trainers, 80%, where apprenticeships are happening, where learnerships and internships are happening, is in SMMEs. Of course, the advantage of an SMME is that we have got 5 employees or 6 or 10 or 12. If we are a trainee there, you get the closest kind of attention because we are in a small workplace. Unlike the big companies where our interns end up doing photocopying and making tea and coffee. So it's very important, this area. I fully support it, that you have identified and what role can SETAs play. Fourth area is holistic digitization and advancement of technological infrastructure, research and development. Without investment in new technologies and training in new technologies, we are in trouble as a country. And there are new technologies that are emerging every day and all the time. So it's very important that the SETAs are actually in the forefront of this, including investment in technological infrastructure. The fifth area is effective and efficient shared services on information and communications technology. Here nginganibonga nganzakwethu, it means you have been listening to me. You know that I've been pushing for this Mval, Ninungubani, for the longest of time. How are we sharing platforms? I was being asked by 702 this morning, why is there a high dropout rate in some of the skills programs run by the SETAs? Then I managed to say, one of the things we do not have, ideally what we should be having is that I, as a minister sitting in my office, I should be able to press a button and get a map of all training centers of all the SETAs and see the trainees knocking in. A learner management system. How many are there in that training center? How many have they clocked in? So that we know how many there are, such that we are better able to do that. If you can do this, we are also going to go a long way in minimizing not just double dipping, triple dipping. We sometimes have Ubonkosi Nzimande as a trainee in 4 SETAs at the same time. How does that happen? That one person is being trained 4 different programs of the SETAs at the same time. It means there is a problem. It means there is corruption. It means you are unable to actually monitor the situation. This is going to go a long way in improving this. I like also your sixth area of rural development for community impact. Usually it helps, by the way, just in terms of optics, that rural development, you put it on top. Because if it's at the end, it's like it's an afterthought. It certainly can't be an afterthought. Rural development is fundamental in our country. So that we are even able, by the way, to try and arrest this one-way migration to the cities and leaving the rural areas unattended to. But you won't be able to do these things, high impact areas, unless you also bear in mind the following. I'm now enriching, and it is part of the discussion. Summit is discussing. I won't be here, unfortunately, tomorrow to participate. The first thing, what is the relation, your relationship as SETAs in relation to these matters with the National Skills Fund? Don't place the National Skills Fund outside of this, because there is lots of collaboration. I know some of the SETAs who are very poor. Now, of course, CEO ATDP SETA says we are all poor. No, sis. We are not poor. If we are all poor, but we are not poor in the same way. There are those who are better in being poor, and there are those who are hopelessly poor. The P-SETA is supposed to be the richest. It's very poor. You can't do some of your programs or even contribute here unless you are able, DG, to go to the NSF and say, please, let's partner with you. Another very crucial, all the SETAs are important, by the way. But one SETA that's operating in a crucial sector, agriculture, agri-SETA, haina mali. Because there aren't enough contributions. And then go and partner with the NSF. So I'm adding now, add the NSF as one key dimension in realizing your high impact areas, okay? The second thing that I'm now adding, which is crucial, you won't be able to achieve these things unless also there is interdepartmental and intergovernmental cooperation. That is why I don't like this thing. I won't lament Mvalo, don't be worried. That you get a SETA going out to have a huge program with a premier there and a premier there, and then as the minister responsible for the SETAs, I know nothing about that. We are undermining our goal of intergovernmental cooperation. Because it's better that if you go and partner with the province, myself and that premier should both know about this and be able to engage. By the way, I once had a bad experience, and I won't mention this SETA, because I am not here. I'm looking at its CEO right now, currently. She wasn't there at that time. Okay? Had a big problem with one department and a colleague of mine. But they never told me. I only knew about that program when things started going wrong. Then they said, Minister, why is your SETA money being wasted there? Because there is no training that is happening or anything. Now it's very difficult as a minister then to put your own SETA under the bus. But I had no choice. I said, well, I'll go and check, because to be quite honest, I'm not exactly sure of what are the details of the program, because I did not know. But the media now was asking me, Parliament was asking me, and saying, Minister, you have to account for that money. So now if you just go as a SETA CEO or as a SETA, you go and make partnership with government department, this or that, and you don't come to me so that we can engage with the colleagues, so that we are able to coordinate better, you are actually killing even all these high impact areas. Sengihlala phansi. Ngoba ngiyakubona ukuthi uyanyakaza manje. And that's very career limiting with Gajen. Ungalinge nje uqala unyakaza uminister uma esakhuluma kufuna ubekezele mfowethu ya. Hlafuna amazinyo uwaqinise. Njengendoda. Uyabona? Sengiyaqeda mfowethu. I'm finishing. It's just that I am as equally passionate as you are about all these areas. Let me conclude then, because I was about concluding. Please use these 2 days productively. Please use these 2 days to come up with solutions. Breakaway sessions are for solutions. They are not for lamenting. They are not for long prefaces on introductions, but it's about what is to be done. Because the SETAs have got such a crucial role to play, as I have said, in the transition from education institutions to the workplace, but also they act as a glue to bring together a number of institutions together so that we are able to provide the skills that we need to provide. By the way, people often speak as if skills shortages are still the same as they were 20 years or 30 years ago. It's no longer like that. There is a change and there is improvement, but we are still far from where we want to go to. We also have got other anomalies, by the way, that we have to address. Because statistics tells us that 50% of our engineers are not in engineering profession. They're in the health sector, they're in the banks, and a number of them, by the way, are building Dubai. South African engineers are there. They are not here in South Africa. How do we actually deal with these particular programs? So with these words then, I really wish you a successful 2-day summit. I am sorry that I can't be here with you much longer than lunchtime today, but I wish you all the best. But I am looking forward to getting a report from this. Of course, it will be good if you do it before the elections, you know? It will be very good, you know? But also may never know what happens after the elections. So it's very important that you do this work to the best of your ability in order to ensure that you are able to achieve what we need to achieve. SETAs are very important. Just get your act together more as we are doing through the Skills Summit. Thank you very much. Thanks, Iswan. Thank you.
As DG would say, I'm absolutely sure you can do better, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mpepete. Thank you very much. May I please ask who founder no CEO SA Council for Graduates, Subabu Tamsang Ngamakubela, to join us in the front here whilst I do a small sum up on what the Minister and the DG have said. Just take homes so that that report carries what we've heard. Take homes from me are the following. There's good work that's been done, but there's more that needs to be done. Numbers do count, just as much as size does count. So the shape of the sector needs to look into the size of the sector as such. There's also a clear indication that we need to actually have more marriages. So we must go out there and throw a lot of cupids and also then make those marriages work and make those that we have made to also sustain and not get divorces. There's emphasis on SMMEs, cooperatives as supported, that we must focus on workplace-based training and coordination, and more coordination. There's also emphasis, Minister, we've got your injunction on your marching orders, just as much as if Minister had joined us a little earlier and the briefing didn't affect, Minister would have been very glad to see the delivery on the LMS that he gave as an injunction in June of 2020. Minister has said we must now publicize our work, and we shall, Minister. Minister says we must monitor the money we give to employers. We shall do so, Minister. Minister says we must improve on the production of artisans. Minister gives the direction that we must make sure that we build more skill centers and ensure that where they already exist, we come in our numbers to add on what already exists as different SETAs. And Minister says we must go out to improve the relations with industry and employers. In doing all of this, Minister supports the programs that we have identified as high impact and says all the ones that have always been in the periphery must be put up front. Rural development, cooperatives, support for SMMEs, support for public sector institutions must be out there. And Minister, the word provision as opposed to service delivery shall henceforth be adopted in the PSET sector. Minister says we must involve the NSF in everything we do, and we must make sure that we drive for interdepartmental and intergovernmental cooperation. All of these will be captured, Minister, and in the report, Minister will get an outline of how this sector will make good on the injunctions and the mandates given today. Thank you, DG, for allowing us to follow through, and thank you, DDG, for ensuring that we make these things to happen. Mr. Makube.
Greetings, Program Director. I would like to acknowledge the chairpersons of chairpersons. I also would like to acknowledge the CEOs of CEOs, the Director General, Dr. Sishi, our very important guest today, Honorable Minister Professor Nzimande, all SETA CEOs and chairpersons, and all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Molweni. Program Director, mine is to read a citation that comes from 2009 of sterling contribution, a very important work that has been done. I'm here today from the South African Council for Graduates to present Skills Development Catalyst Lifetime Impact Award to Professor Nzimande. In 2009, I met with the minister in Parliament. The next time I met with him was in 2012, and we've never met since then. But I'll tell you what has happened between. Universities have been able to grow the number of students up to over 1 million in 2020-2021. That's a huge milestone that has been achieved. During your reign and your leadership, Professor Nzimande, the enrollments for TVET colleges has almost doubled from what they were in 2010 to reach 589,083 learners in 2019. What an immense contribution. Not only did we increase and broaden access to higher education, but what has happened is that the democratic goals of a prosperous South Africa, of reducing the NEET statistics, 233,257 graduates have come through our public higher education institutions. We are very delighted, Minister, that there's a huge growth of young females who are actually able to graduate and find employment. Finally, a total of 19,536 learners have completed their artisanal skills. I would like to request the chairperson, together with the CEO of CEOs and our honorable minister, to come forward to receive this important, which is the first out of the Skills Development Catalyst Award to be conferred to a living South African. I'm starting with this. I'm going to request Mr. Ngesi to bring the certificate, Mr. Iviwe, and I'm going to request Mr. Mark Cunningham to bring the plaque. We have hundreds and hundreds, Minister, of testimonials that have come as a result of the partnerships and the work that the SETAs have given us. And I think those are going to be flighted, only 2 of them because there's no time. But we want to say thanks to you for having played such a crucial role in leading the SETA. This is a token of our appreciation for your leadership. We thank you for allowing us this opportunity to bestow this important award.
Only a third of the room clapped, and only the front. So I'll allow the back now to flap. Thank you very much. There we go. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much. We are at the end of our first session, and I would love to take 3 minutes to just indicate that when we come back, we're going to go into panel discussions. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to go into the introduction of all the 5 topics that are there and the panelists that are going to be there. Hopefully, we're going to have our IT working by that time, and they will flight for us the speakers and their biographies as we engage. If not, we will post them for you electronically, and also because we've got all your information and records, the booklet will also be electronically sent through and forwarded to yourselves. What we're going to do now is we're going to request that we take a tea break for 15 minutes. I know that we are many and it will be difficult to keep on to time, but if you do come at quarter past, come back at 12:15, it will help us tremendously into making up the time, because when we go to the dinner, we will also go straight from here. We have done quite a lot of work in catching up on our time, so please let's go out now at 12 o'clock and come back at 12:15 best. Thank you very much. In the meantime, the minister and his will take a tour of the displays at the back. So if you do want to shake hands, please wait for the minister outside and not do it as we walk out. Thank you.
Hosted by Ramseri, and then later I was hosted by Tandela Consulting Company. I think during this 3-year period, there's quite a few things that I've learned, more especially the conduct at the workplace. I think punctuality was one of the things that I have learned in the program. However, there's a lot more to discuss, but because I'm just recording a short video, so I don't think I'll be able to cover everything. But the most important thing is to say thank you to SETA once again. They really contributed very much to my personal growth. I managed to register with my professional body, which is EXA. So I registered as a candidate technician, but later, after getting my bachelor's degree, then I registered as a candidate technologist with EXA. So, which was very important, and I would like to believe that was very key for my personal growth. And today I'm finally employed. I managed to secure employment abroad, which was also something outstanding for me. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity. And in terms of the challenges, there's of course challenges with them, more especially when coming to stipends. Yes, we had challenges. I think on our second year we had some delays in terms of payments. There were months where we were not paid, but I mean we persevered, so we could survive. So I mean we managed to hold on to the program until now as we are concluding this program. So I'm very thankful, and all thanks to all SAGRA workers and everybody, the CEO, Tamsanya Makubela. I'm very grateful, and I'm forever grateful. I mean, I think this is one of the things that, I will forever embrace in my life as part of, the things that transpired in my life. So thank you very much for the opportunity once again.
Hi everyone, my name is Londo Njeje. I am from KZN in Bangili. I did my National Diploma in Human Resources Management at Bria Technical College, which is in Durban. I am funded by SETA, and I started my internship program at SAGRA on the 1st of November 2023 at Nagwelezane Tertiary Hospital, which is also in KZN. My in-service training had already commenced, I think 9 months before I got funded by SAGRA and SETA. So with this internship program, I am hoping to gain more experience, more knowledge, more skills, skills that I can use in the future or when I get a permanent position. So to the SAGRA family and to the SAGRA and SETA family, I'd like to say thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for giving me the chance to prove myself that I can excel at what I do, and for also assisting me in building up my career. So I'd also like to pledge myself that I'll be a good representative to the SAGRA and SETA family, and that I promise to excel at my job until the end of my internship program. Thank you.
I reminded them that in the evening there is some flow of cognac and a little bit of whiskey and a bit of vodka and all of that. And then they started moving. But I reminded them that that's not for them, it's for me actually. So please let's come in. I am very jealous about my drinking time. So please don't rob me of my evening drinking time. Let's make sure that we keep this time well so that I can have my fun in the evening. Thank you very much. If you haven't made your way to your seat, at least shut up. If you haven't made it to your seat, keep quiet. Don't say a word. Okay. I will give a little bit of outline on how we're going to run the next sessions. Again, in the interest of time, we've got 5 topics. I will not say a word. The facilitator will stand, and in 30 seconds to a minute, if they are lucky like the first one, maybe 3, they will say a word or 2 about how they structure and how they're going to run this, and maybe have a word or 2 about anything under the sun that is of relevance to this session. But the biographies will be, like I said earlier, flighted. If not, don't stress, we'll send it to you. And when we are about halfway through the session that is going, may I please ask the facilitator of the next session, together with the panel members of the next session, to please make their way to the corner there and have a seat there. And please remember, when you get there, don't go in front of the ladies, go the other side so that you do not disrupt the process that's going on that side. Thank you very much. Without further ado, I'm going to ask the angeke ngikwazi ukwenza lokhu nisakhuluma. Bengishilo ngathi if you haven't made your way to the front, at least help us by doing one thing. Didi Chimvalo is going to finish up. He said he likes the first one. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask Ms. Ayanda Mafulega, who is the CEO of FACET, to please take the podium and lead the next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are the mics on? They are not Chair, are the mics on?
Now they are.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Program Director, Chairs of Chairs, Siyabonga, Baba, for steering the program so excellently thus far. Colleagues, good afternoon, everybody. Okay, that's fine. I just want to quickly just introduce my esteemed panelists that we are going to be tackling one of the most critical and important topics. Why is it critical and important? Because it is the topic that touches the National Development Plan 2030, the country's master plan. But before we can get a dive in it, let me just humbly introduce the panelists. Well, this gentleman need no introduction, and I'm not going to read their biographies. We are going to be so kind that we will send them via an e-book. We are so innovative and we are so technologically advanced as the SETAs. Please don't be stingy with the clap of hands. So we are. So on my left, we've got Professor Somadoda Fikeni, who's the chairperson of the Public Service Commission. And joined on the far left, joined by Dr. Thabo Mabohoane from the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation in the Presidency. So you are welcome, gentlemen. So let's quickly then unpack this topic. It's more on building a capable workforce for an inclusive economy and a capable and developmental state. So we want to look into this and say, what could be the role of the SETA's planning and monitoring in skills development of the country? So really for the objective of this discussion, Prof and a good doctor, we just want at the end of the day to reflect on how SETAs have been aligned with government policies, strategies, and plans have contributed towards improvement of education, training, skills development, and innovation in the economy. Obviously, this really talks to the core of Chapter 13 of the National Development Plan 2030, which really talks on the building a capable and developmental state. And I want us then to link it with Chapter 9 of the National Development Plan, which talks on the outcome is improving education, training, and innovation. So basically, as your opening, remarks, I'll start with you, Prof, just to give us a voiceover, on this, Chapter 13 and Chapter 9 of the NDP, and just, also just usher us into any insightfuls of where we are as the country, also bringing in the relevancy of the SETAs and their role and contribution to what the achievement of a capable workforce and a developmental state.
You want us here or there?
Sorry?
You want us
No,
here?
you can speak.
Okay.
You are
Thank
mic'd.
you. Sometimes when you come from a family of priests, you tend to look for the pulpit. Thank you very much for this event, the invitation, Chair of Chairs, the leadership of SETAs, and all the invited guests, fellow panelists. Protocols have already been observed. I just want to say very directly to the question you're raising, and then raise a few other things that I think is related to that. When we talk of the National Development Plan, they say it in many ways that whatever promise that was being placed in there, it was on an assumption that what is articulated in Chapter 13 of a capable, ethical, developmental state will be there. The mistake we made was to have all this list of things without first saying, do we have the capacity within the state itself, within its related entities, to fulfill that particular promise? Only many years later, when we've realized, with the state capture, with poor service delivery in other areas, with service delivery protests and so forth, that we ought to have prioritized building the capacity of the state. Any democracy, the quality that you experience of that democracy mainly comes out of how the state itself provides guidance, policies, and support whatever program. It is good that the sixth administration finally realized that you have to make that building of an ethical, capable developmental state to be a priority number one. And it is good, even though it was late, that in 2022 October, the Cabinet approved the professionalization framework for the public service.
Okay.
Whether you look at Zondo Commission or any other reports on corruption or poor service delivery by Human Rights Commission and many other NGOs, it comes down to the weaknesses in the capacity of state. Project management, contract management, and many other things. So the SETAs ought to be saying, can we zoom into those particular areas and see how we complement? Because very often you go to departments, they are given some funds for their skills development, but very often that is an extremely fragmented space. It's not monitored, it's not coordinated. And Chapter 9 of the NDP, of course, is speaking to training, education, and so forth. Those two areas, if you look at any developmental state, it is distinguishable where you have global competitiveness, where you have high levels of development. One, by having an effective education and skills development. And two, by having a capable state. Of course, it wouldn't hurt to also professionalize our political leaders or public office bearers. But I want to just touch on a few things and then yield. The first one that we have observed as the Public Service Commission right across is that South Africa has actually been mentioning the word integration, coordination so many times, except that they hardly ever see it through and implement it. So the moment they mention it, it's more like a vegetarian who keeps on eating meat. The moment they mention it, you know that they are going to find reasons to do the direct opposite. Even when now we have a district development model which was meant to assist with the coordination vertically, horizontally between departments and from the national, provincial, and local, it's not happening. So it will be very interesting to see how after the end of this summit, you will turn this elusive promise. It's like a litany in any church. They mention certain things, except that on a Monday they go back, to do the wrong thing. So that silo mentality which the DG spoke to, which the minister spoke to, which many other people speak to, is the cancer that we have to deal with. The second part, we ought to understand the space we're in as a burning platform. Not just for chasing where will we be in 6 years to meet the NDP goals, which were way, way behind, even by the review of the committee looking at the NDP itself. But rather, when NSFAS students, that cohort completes, and they find themselves not being in any job space, what ought to have been a demographic dividend could become a demographic bomb or risk. So we ought to be moving with great speed. I'm happy that the National Youth Development Agencies here and several other role players to say, how do we pull our resources together? Because they alone will not go far. Each department alone will not go far. Each SETA alone will not go far. Rather, to say, how do we complement each other? Let me give you a few practical examples of what we could be looking at. Can you imagine during the time of COVID, when everybody, even those who were techno-skeptics, were thrown into virtual meetings? You remember that time? And that now has become a permanent feature. Have we had a coordinated approach to train public servants, to train young people, to train other people on how to set up a virtual meeting, how to conduct their business on the virtual platform? Just that basic. The demand is there. We are no longer going back now, whether you're using WhatsApp or you're using FaceTime or you're using Zoom, Teams, whatever platform. It's a reality that is there, except that some people do not know whether the video is on or off. Some people do not know that the video is looking at the underwears which are hanging above the head. Imagine if we had just had a national program just to help people do that, how to upload your presentation and so forth. This might look very basic, and yet some interviews now are being conducted in the virtual platform. Imagine the impact you were to have going through schools, going through departments, going through municipalities, just to train people on that. The second one, you already have more than 200 billion being spent on social grants anyway. But what are we doing to make sure that that money circulates within the communities before it goes to the cities? Because if it was infused in the communities before it goes away, it would have such a massive economic impact. Imagine people go outside their community just to get dressmaking, just to get school uniform, just to get church uniform, just to get food. Imagine if we were to say, as the collective of the SETAs, how do we make sure that this money is already spent, circulates within the community? And the issue of the multi-purpose centers. We have a paradox indeed in terms of the fragmentation within government. Government has a property portfolio, I'm told, more than 60 billion. But we rent billions. We rent every year. We leave a government building to dilapidate, and we go and rent in the private sector. At times we create cultural centers, multi-purpose centers, even in the places of kings, and then after 5 years we allow them to collapse. Because each person wants to start something new. If you go to Department of Public Works, they'll give you a runaround for 7 years. I remember one time when I was chairing IDT, we had that same problem. When I was chairing a council of a university where we wanted just space, it was there. But because they said you need to go from this department to the next one, the other one is still thinking and so forth, until dwellers from squatter camps moved into the area. So we have these self-defeating things, even the skill centers, I would dare say, before we create the new ones, have we checked what is there?
The existing ones, yeah?
Yes. So as the PSC going around the provinces, we're just amazed by how new infrastructure is built. It's not even handed to the community until community decides to just cut fence and send their goats and livestock inside. Because we do sometimes things so that they look good in the annual report rather than look good on the impact on the people where it was supposed to be. So the final point, I would simply say, this summit will be successful if we ask a question.
Yes.
Why do things we write to ourselves as annual reports, as APPs, look so good to us, but those that are targeted look so miserable? Why is it for ourselves to ourselves, from me to me, or is it for us where the communities or the intended target populations, especially the youth and women, who are at the bottom of our socio-economic ladder? And of course, that will only succeed if people who are witnesses here will manage transition from 6th to 7th administration from board to board well, because we're also poor in management of transition. If new minister now comes, new CEOs come, new boards come, we will pretend we never had this summit and say, let's start again. We will hide even the outcomes of this summit because we fear they will be associated with the previous. That's why we are where we are, like a treadmill. We look like we have been running so fast, except that we're still standing next to the same window. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. But I just want you to hold that thought, because I want to come back to you, because I want us to zoom into, what exactly could the citizens do, in contribute? Have we contributed in any way? Have we made an impact? I mean, we have, cited our, the highlight, the work that we do. Has it really, translated into, what is in the NDP? Do we have tangible measurements? Can we touch, can we smell it, can we feel it? We are left with 6 years, to 2030. What, things that we could do within the next 6 years that, whatever that we have articulated in the NDP, comes to fruition and materialize. But let me go to Dr. Thabo from Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation Department. Just give us your voice over based on this topic around building a capable and developmental state, especially from a DPME perspective, planning, monitoring and evaluation perspective.
No, thanks. I hope
You
clear?
am mic'd?
Can they hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Thanks. No, thanks. I think, the Prof has already covered most of the issues around your capable state. And I just want to focus more around issues of skills. To say, as we are doing a 30-year review of government's performance against some of the indicators in the NDP, it's becoming clear that the economy is trapped in a low growth trajectory. And this is an immense thing that as SETAs we must be thinking around on how do we help this economy to escape from this low growth trap. Then we are also having structural constraints that we are faced as a country. So as you plan or as you think of having an impact, we must also think that we are coming from an economy that is dominated by exports and raw material without any value add that we have to deal. We've been talking about it. As Prof says, we like talking about things, but we never get to be able to deal with it. And similarly, there's high concentration and lack of competition within our economy. And because of that, it makes it difficult to be creating the skills that are required to actually see changes that we would like to see. The economy seems to be static in the way it's operating. Then we are also trapped with the low manufacturing export, which basically means we are unable to compete with other countries. And this is what the Prof is mentioning around the skills that we have, the education that we have, that if we don't improve on those, we are not going to be able to move and have this transition that is required. And then the last one, the last two is the issue of modernization and digital transformation. We all talk about 4IR, but actually, practically, how does it show itself in the work that the SETAs are doing? It's something that we need to be talking around it. Then the last one is, as government, our indecisiveness to deal with SOEs. There are challenges around SOEs, we talk around them, but we never actually finally have an impact to say, how do we change this? How is this related to SETAs? Is that all these problems that I've talked about are actually opportunities that if, as SETAs, we think around how we develop our plans, how we intervene, and that we don't regard anyone in society as an outcast, but everyone can be brought into the core and be able to be given the skills and given the opportunity. It's not enough just to have the skills, but given the supporting environment for us to be able to actually be active members in the economy. That's the only way that this country will be able to lift itself.
Good, okay. Dr. Thabo, just ask a question there, especially, I just want to hear from, the monitoring and evaluation perspective, because the SETAs have been in existence, for more than 20 years, right? So what could be the indicators that could be used to measure, the impact of the SETA's interventions or even programs on the workforce capability and economic inclusive, just from the, DPME perspective, just give us those pearls of wisdom, because, when we get to 2030, as SETAs also, we should be in a position really to measure, the impact. We are in this summit today because we want to collaborate and integrate, as a SETA, so that whatever that we deliver, it's skills development in interventions that are impactful, more than like tick box exercise. Prof also spoke about our APPs, the annual reports that we write for ourselves, but really more, can you zoom in, what could be the measures or the indicators that we could use to measure the impact? Then I'll come to you, Prof.
Yeah. So I'll first have to make a confession that some of the unintended consequences of measurement that come because we came into being as Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, and then people thought that everything that gets monitored must be just quantified. And that has had and then of course with our sister partners, AG, we have made it difficult for people to focus on outcomes rather than we've been focusing on outputs. So this has been a perverse incentive, but in an ideal situation is that what we need to be actually be measuring is the outcome. What impact are we having in terms of what we have built and what we are producing? Because we were not seeing lots of the impact, we've retreated and then started focusing on the outputs. Outputs in terms of the number of students that you've produced, outputs in the number of females that are actually taking part, outputs in terms of the number of engineers or whatever who are having the kinds of skills. You can produce that is important, but the important thing that we need to move on to now is how do we measure outcome? How do we measure impact? So those learners that have gone through the SETAs, do they end up in employment? What kind of jobs do they get in? How long does it take for them to be placed? And these are the difficult things to actually quantify and write them. But we need, as SETAs going forward, how do we research those kinds of impact?
Thank you. We are in the interest of time. I'm just going to go to you, Prof, just to do your parting shot. But I mean, besides being the chairperson of Public Service Commission, you also sit in the board, chair the Indlulamity, is it that organization? Yes, yes, it's scenarios. Actually, I was telling my board chair that I will make that information available because it is a very nice scenario mapping that has given us. Actually, even the chair of chairs did cite it this morning. But I just want you just briefly and be open and be frank to say, as the SETAs, how have we contributed really towards the creation of this inclusive economy that will benefit the sectors more so towards towards the capable capable and developmental stage as it is enshrined in Chapter 19. As a closing remarks and the parting shots.
Thank you very much. Not to discourage any one of us, every sector seemed to say we've done our best, but our best has not been sufficient because economic indicators are showing the negative. So we should start from that point, not to be defensive, and it's not only for the SETAs alone. As I started at the beginning, the issue of fragmentation, silos means that whatever good work you have done has a less impact than it would have been if you came together and played the role with others. And when you leave that community, they can see that many other things have changed. But if you come as SETA A, SETA B, and just do your part, you'll find that the supporting ecosystem is not there. So that has been a big, big problem. But the second one is the one of not consulting with the communities. Chapter 10 of the Constitution, Section 195, in the values and principles of what public service ought to do, says respond to people's needs, but communities should be consulted. Now what happens is that you visit Singapore, you come with a great idea, and then you say you are going to throw it into Mtuba. You do not know what the dynamics are. And then, or you take it to Kuruman, you take it to Lusigisigi to make Mtuba less exposed. So when you do that, very often well-meaning projects get communities alienated. When IDT was in place, they used to spend money on social facilitation. 6 months before any project, you are meeting with the communities. We are intending to do this. What do you think? And so forth. They say, no, if you put this one, if we get this youth to maintain the structure that you are going to put and so forth. But when you no longer do that and people are alienated, they see that thing as alien to them, and as such they are likely to vandalize it. But if they were part of it,
They don't take ownership, yeah.
the ownership aspect. But if there was time, we would have spoken to how do we respond to the AI-empowered technologies, how do we respond to renewable energies in terms of skilling and so forth, and how do we change performance management so that it's not one set that fits everything, but it is targeted in a particular manner. Thank you.
Thank you. I could listen to you gentlemen the whole day, but in the interest of time, that's how we end, the first topic. Thank you so much. You have been an amazing panelist, and you've been an amazing audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. That was, yeah. Next facilitators, please come up a little earlier, because part of the kitting up is what will take a bit of time. I have a treadmill in my house, and after listening to Prof again today, every time I get into the thing and run, I'm going to think 3 times over. The change is only on my body when I've worked on the treadmill, but it doesn't change the space where I'm in. It's still next to the same window every time. And if we then speak to us, if I speak to me and I go into that treadmill and it remains there, it's not about provisioning service, but it's speaking to me, I end up benefiting from it and getting bonus every time and not benefiting the service, or rather the provision of service that I'm supposed to be doing. The next panel is going to be facilitated by Mr. Malusi Shezi from Construction SETA, and I leave the committee to do the same. It's 30 minutes max, and I am becoming more and more ruthless. And I realize that we have a bigger committee here, but unfortunately I still have to be the same ruthless me. to them as well. Thank you very much.
Use this one. Thank you, Program Director, and my panelists in this podium, and all of you colleagues in the plenary. We're told that protocols have been observed. I observe all the protocols in this place. We're going to be discussing the issue of advocating for SETA-driven private-public partnerships on delivery of impactful programs. Much has been said in this podium about the impact that is desired in this country, and I'm just going to be touching base how we're going to go about. We're given a set of questions that we need to answer, which my fellow panelists are going to contribute to answer and to assist this gathering to be able to inform an appropriate model and approach as we come out of this summit. Maybe before I introduce my panelists in my panel, I've got the representatives that are wide range from business, from Department of Basic Education, Dr. Grenville, on the extreme side. You can wave, sir. And I've got Mr. Vijay Naidu, the CEO of QCTO. Can wave, sir. And I have Professor MDM Putitsi, the principal of Motel TVET and the chairperson of SAPCO. Can wave, ma'am. And I've got Professor Hussein Rasool, who's representing the master skills. We're going to talk about the impactful programs just now. Got Ms. Yani de Villiers representing BUSA. Hope we're going to resolve the 30% gap today. Thank you. And with that, we know in this country that we got a population of about 62 million, and we are told that out of that 48.5% is male and 51.5% is females, meaning we are more of a female-dominated population. And when you look at the stats for higher education, I'm not going to touch on that. I just want to touch on this issue of youth and the overall employment versus unemployment. In this country, I have seen the two speakers have attested. They say, with two witnesses, the matter shall be established. In my statistics I was given last night, that the real unemployment amongst the youth group of this country is sitting at 52.4%. Then I'm going to ascend down to the 42% that was mentioned by the other speakers. And then in terms of the demographics, I'm not going to touch on that. Why I'm touching on this issue? When you talk about the impact is not just going to be in the annual report that Professor Fikeni spoke about. It's going to be the touching of the lives of the people that should be able to say, without these programs, we would not be here, or this impact or this intervention that was brought about, the intervention of the SETA through skills development, we were able to get to a point where we can demonstrate that you are now capable of doing X and Y. We have got a responsibility as SETA to build the capabilities of the sectors we are responsible for. So maybe to start, a question now, we're not debating whether we need partnerships or not. We're all on the same page what we do. And if we were, how can we enhance the PPPs to ensure effectiveness of SETA programs? How do you see them assisting? And in which areas will the private-public partnerships assist the SETAs? This question, I'm going to pose it to Professor Putitsi to be the one that leads in this question. We've got about 5 questions to go through as this panel in formulating the approach going forward, how we're going to roll out the impactful programs. Professor Putitsi? How can we enhance the effectiveness of SETA programs through the PPPs? And in which areas do we foresee this working in our work?
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon, everyone. I have been duly introduced to you. I'm representing the Tibet Colleges sector. When you speak about public-private partnerships, it takes different forms and shapes. And as SETAs, as Tibet colleges or colleges in general, I would also cover the CET colleges. People would say they are entering into a partnership, but which is not clearly defined and the purpose thereof not also well articulated. It is important that we define the type of partnership that we would like to establish. It shouldn't be where somebody is paying, the other is on the receiving end. But both partners should be able to contribute on an equal footing and be able to be equally accountable. In terms of Triple P, in relation to enhancing the effectiveness of SETA programs, the point of departure should be the review of legislation. At the present moment, with the participation of Tibet colleges in the SETA space or skills development is stifled by legislative framework. There are certain confines and limitations that Tibet colleges find themselves in that limits their flexibility and proper, responsiveness to the needs of the labor market. But what is key for this Triple P to function effectively, we should be able to review the legislation and also accommodate any innovation and for effectiveness and efficiencies to be realized. As teaching and learning institutions, we also want to appreciate the support that we have received from SETAs over the years. We are what we are because you are as SETAs. You have taken it upon yourself to ensure that Tibet colleges respond to the needs of the labor market and also the community needs. Thank you. I want to also put an emphasis on industry-relevant curriculum. I think for public-private partnerships to be effective, we need to look into the needs of the industry. We have Busa with us here. They need to indicate what type of skills are required for us to be responsive and for us to be able to develop a curriculum that reflects the industry trends, skills requirements, and job market demands. The other way of responding through Triple P, it is through workplace experience. This Triple P can facilitate internships, apprenticeships, and also work-study programs for students in general or graduates who have completed their qualifications at various institutions. I also want to put forth the issue of access to resources. Through Triple P, we are able to have direct access to resources. And we know that SETAs by nature are there for skills development, but we want to applaud them for having ventured into infrastructure development as well, because you cannot buy a Mercedes and park it outside and leave that investment in the rain and direct sunlight and having it exposed to high risk. This investment that you're doing in people development needs to be housed somewhere. The equipment that you're procuring for institutions, for training and development to happen, that has to be accommodated somewhere. Professional development is one other way that could enhance SETA, effectiveness of SETA programs, research and innovation, and above all, continuous improvement, monitoring and evaluation of how effective these public-private partnerships are. And all parties need to be fully accountable. I think Prof. Fikeni earlier made mention of the disinvestment that we do You know, we invest so much into an infrastructure project and leave it to rot. That is issues of accountability and reporting. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Professor. Following up on these inputs, M&E, I'm going to go to Busa. And your contribution, in your view as Busa, you are a very important business partner for the training and education institutions, as you are expected to absorb the skills and all the product that we produce. In your view, what additional support can be offered for stakeholders' involvement in stimulating the SETA initiatives that will be advanced through PPPs and the developmental agenda? And in that, from a monitoring and evaluation perspective, how do you see business partnering with the skills to ensure that the skills and training programs that are delivered are effective and produce the quality expected by the industry?
Thank you so much, Chair. And I noticed that you didn't ask me the 30% question because you saw I had the roving mic, so I can put it down and run away very, very quickly from here. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I think in terms of collaboration, you are 100% right. When we talk about absorption, it's going to be organized business, and it's going to be businesses big and small. We've heard it. I even heard it in the minister's address in terms of absorption rates and training rates as well from small businesses. So all of those are wonderful, wonderful. That's wonderful news, and I'm glad to be sitting here and hearing that things are going better, but they can always be better than what they are at the moment. Now, in terms of initiatives, I don't want to bore you and come here and say with a grocery list of all the different things that need to be perfect in order for businesses to absorb young people into work. It's not realistic. It's not something that necessarily is going to happen unless all of us start thinking very, very differently. What I will pick up on is I think that in order to solve problems of the magnitude, challenges of the magnitude that we have at the moment, we do need to start thinking differently about things. And something that I picked up in the conversations and even from the previous panel discussion is simple things like work readiness and so forth, which are issues which business has the capability to verbalize and to put into motion exactly what it is and where the gap is. To have support, for instance, from SETAs for training in that area that can be cross-cutting across every single sector and every single SETA, I think would already go a really, really long way for us to solve some of the problems that we have. Obviously, tax incentives are incredibly handy, and we thank government very much for that, and we hope that long may it continue. But I do think in terms of regular cadence with industry leaders, regularly making sure that our SETA CEO forums, for instance, have regular meetings with captains of industry, with industry bodies and industry leaders, where we can reflect on exactly what the realities are of the job market as they stand at the moment, and can identify opportunities early as well. I think that would really, really go a very, very long way. And as far as monitoring and evaluation goes, I'm very lucky and thankful to sit here today. I should actually have told you, Chair, we can just finish with what Professor Putsitsi said and leave it at that. It was that eloquent. I'm lucky to share the stage with not one, but two other board members of the National Skills Authority, where we also have the opportunity to interact as business leadership with all of the different role players within the skills sector. And these kinds of conversations, I know it sometimes feels like we sit in meetings and we just have meetings about meetings about meetings. There is value in having meetings, cadence, conversation about exactly what the situation is, what the demand side situation is, and how to put all of these different dots together. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jane. I just want to follow up on your response. What is it that SETAs can do to fast-track absorption by the industry? Are you able to share, if we were to have a partnership between BUSA and ASEO today, what aspect you will expect to see in that partnership agreements to ensure 100% absorption of the beneficiaries of the programs, in your view?
I think the most important part of that conversation is the proper demand side mapping, to see exactly what it is that we need. If we train for what we need, then it already goes such a long way towards absorption. I would say that that would be one of the most important things, because we don't want a situation, and I know that there are businesses who have this, where you train learners and interns for the sake of training learners and interns, and once the one cohort is out, the next cohort comes in, but it's never sustainable job creation. To my mind, the most important thing is demand side mapping. We need to understand where are the skills gaps, what are we training for, and in order to do that, we need to train for a very specific purpose. So in an agreement like that, I would look for what is it we need, how many people do we need, where do we find them, what is the duration of that training program, and when can we get going?
This one will go to Dr. Grenville and Prof. Rasool, just to share on this one. What are the ideal partnerships to be formed to upskill workers in response to technological and innovation advancement that sometimes result in displacement of the workers? Who is our ideal partners, and what model is ideal for the SETA environment? Start with Prof. Hussein and then go to Prof. Grenville.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. If you look at the workforce, both the formal and informal workforce, the majority of workers do not get sufficient training. And the reality is that the state-run formal education system will not be able to absorb all of those workers in upskilling and reskilling because of the excessive numbers of workers in the workforce and the limited training budgets. So I think that is where the private-public sector partnerships can come in. I think there's a bigger role for not just SETAs, but for training providers, as well as the state the departments, both national and provincial, to get involved in more innovative partnerships with the private sector. We have those partnerships, for example, with student accommodation. You know, for example, you don't find this, the Department of Higher Education or the state building hostels all over the country. You have a system where the private entrepreneurs are willing to invest, to build facilities, to manage those facilities, and to levy a fee per student in those, in the hostels and accommodation. So that's a very good model that that can be applied to education. It is being applied in many countries. It's called the BOT model, build, own, and train, where the state cannot provide sufficient, meet sufficient demand for education. Then you bring in the private sectors, but you've got to set the agenda. Otherwise, what's going to happen is that everyone is going to offer management courses to matric leavers, when what we've heard from the FPM SETA CEO in the morning is where the skills are needed actually in the STEM type of occupations. So you bring in the investors, but you set, you set conditions of the type of programs they offer that will meet demand in the economy. Thank you.
Let's just go ahead.
Dr. Gren?
So, I hope that you can hear me. No?
I'll help.
Thank you. Is that better?
Yeah, you can.
Yes, yes. Okay. Yeah, thank you. So we, as the Department of Basic Education, we have quite a few partnerships with quite a wide range of ICT companies, including the Vodacoms and the MTNs and so on. And at our recent Basic Education Government Lekgotla, Professor Isaacs from the University of Johannesburg showed this really ironic photograph of a whiteboard that was provided by the Gauteng Department of Education to a school in Soweto. And what the teacher had done is to park the whiteboard on the side. She'd put a poster on it, and she was actually working with chalk on the blackboard. And that really is the challenge that we have. And so when you are building these partnerships, it's also about identifying what the needs of teachers are. And for that, you need to actually listen to teachers. We have, in basic education, we've created a mechanism that is called the National Education Collaboration Trust that we use to bring different stakeholders together. We focus on what the key priority areas for the sector are, and we agree on them. The only SETA that I really work with very closely is the ETDP SETA, and they are a wonderful partner for us because they support our interventions over a longer period of time, and often it takes some time and some commitment to ensure that you have these changes happen in schools. Thanks, Chair.
The last question that I want to ask Mr. Naidu to take on. Mr. Naidu, you know in South Africa we got PPP regulations and guidelines. We have seen PPPs working in some of the sectors, like in the transport industry with Sanral, with its concessionaires, etc., plus our e-tolls. And we've seen in the health sector, we've seen in the defense and correctional services sector. But in South Africa, we have never seen a PPP for an education sector. Are you able to share if these PPPs have worked for the education sector anywhere in the world? What has been the success rate? And if we were to attempt, in the sense of a real PPP as is defined in the regulations as set out by National Treasury, what will be looking at something that looks like what in South Africa for this sector, being the higher education sector?
Thank you, Program Director. I think you left the most difficult one for the last. I think just to preface my response, I think I must indicate that, you know, in South Africa we're in a unique situation in that we're a developing economy, and I think that's the big difference. And while there is legislation around public-private partnerships that have worked, as you indicated, I think that the challenge we have in education is that we do not have a well-coordinated market economy in this country. And specifically, I'm talking in relation to education training and what industry or the economy actually requires. And I think it touches on the demand-supply issue that was raised. So I think we have to work from that preface. But to get directly to the question you're talking about, and I'm glad to be participating in what is being called a SETA Integrated High Impact Program, because that in itself is speaking to a kind of a partnership amongst the SETAs. I think the issue is how do we then bring in the private component into it? And if we had to look at the international context, then here it may be unfair because we'll be looking at developed economies, but that's what we're aiming for. Some of the developed economies, their public-private partnerships works in institutions that they call intercompany training centers, which is where a number of companies, big companies, or even SMEs come together in a particular location and set up an institution, which could provide a full qualification, which can be used for upskilling as technology improves. It could be used for upskilling your workforce, bringing learners on board. And so because you've got the company involvement together with the education in this intercompany training center, you are guaranteeing that the partnership actually works between education the industry. And what's interesting is because it's located in different areas, it speaks directly to the economy of that particular district. So I think for me, that would be probably, this is the start of it, and maybe the SETAs, and I'll tap off from what the minister was saying. One SETA is setting up something in a rural area. How do the other SETAs get involved in it? And I think taking from there and extending that to move into this public-private partnership and get businesses to actually put their money where their mouth is, if I were to say that. Right now, I'll be brave enough to say that the model currently is that the businesses only will contribute in terms of the current agreement, which is the skills levy. And we need much more than that as a country in order to move forward. And it has to be the private partners coming on board, not just to receive back in terms of what they put in, but to put in much more so that the economy can be developed.
Thank you. Program Director is already standing. And thank you, panelists, for your contributions. I believe that there is a lot that can be discussed on this topic. It is clear that we need effective PPPs, PPPs, starting with the SETAs themselves. However, business wants to see profit. As we speak, we got a lot of cash sitting in our balance sheets. Can that be redirected to education investment and skills investment? And what should be the ideal to make sure that we know our education system now, basic education up to the first degree is free in the country. And then business expects money to be made out of any venture that you invest in. We have to find a balance as we strike a model that will work better for the cities in our PPPs to make sure we make an impact that is desirable for this generation and generations to come. Thank you for your contributions. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Beautifully managed. Please, another big round of applause. I was quite nervous about the time, but they've really done an exceptionally great job. Colleagues, I do not have instructions about where lunch is. I've been hoping somebody's going to come, give me an indication. I suppose it's because you guys know. So I'm not going to bother about that. So when we come back, we take topic 3 straight away. And I'm going to, when you go for your lunch, do some tea as well. You'll go on tea everywhere where you go. So because the next topic has got 3 speakers, I'm suggesting that, Siswezi, you look at a possibility of adding a 3rd speaker there, who is Nhlanhla Ndlovu. So that's where the tea comes in. And let's see whether when you come back, you can work with those foods. So Nhlanhla will come speak to you, and I will join you down here just to see if it can be done. If it can't be done, well, we'll find another space in Nhlanhla. Remember, blood is thicker than water. Thank you very much. We come back, colleagues, at exactly 14:15. Thank you.
AgriSETA's vision is to enable a skilled and prosperous agricultural sector. It is our mission to increase access to relevant skills that through strategic partnerships and credible research creates an actual impact and inclusive economic growth. We really cannot overstate the importance of the agricultural sector for every South African, and we are dedicated to growing the next generation of South African agricultural leaders.
SETA, the Banking Sector Education and Training Authority, guided by its mandate and as an agent of transformation, seeks to promote employment equity and broad-based Black economic empowerment through skills development. SETA does so by encouraging employers in its sector to develop an active learning environment in the workplace, providing employees with opportunities to acquire new skills and progress their careers, by increasing levels of investment in workplace education and training, and by promoting transformation as guided by the NSDS equity targets of 85% Black, 54% female, and 4% disabled.
The Skills Development Facilitator works between the organisation, the bank, and the SETA in identifying skills in our organisation. We also benchmark our skills needs internationally. We look at our talent pipeline to identify the skills that we require that underline that talent pipeline, and then we work together with the SETA in fulfilling those talent needs. They also assist us in remaining abreast of legislative changes in skills development, and they monitor and manage the distribution of grants within the sector.
So Tshwane University of Technology, which I call TUT, has partnered with SETA since 2015 on the Work Integrated Learning Project.
Ekurhuleni West College and SETA started the relationship in 2014 to assist students who has completed their N6 through WHEEL program.
SETA's responsibility in this project is to provide the funding for the learners and to monitor the progress of the project to make sure that it is successful.
The responsibility of Ekurhuleni West College is to manage stipend provided by SETA, manage COIDA, workplace injuries, and to source host employers within financial sector and business sector to enable students to do the 18 months practical experience so that they're able to get their national diplomas.
In 2020, 75 students went through the program and SETA provided funding at the value of 3.3 million.
Through its partnerships, SETA enables stakeholders to advance the national and global position of the broader banking and alternative banking sector. Ultimately, this means that work seekers find employment, retrenched workers re-enter the market, and employers find qualified employees in a fair and equitable framework. SETA, supporting transformation and people development.
Introducing SETA, your gateway to a world of possibilities. Our expertise span across 6 dynamic subsectors, ensuring that you find your perfect fit. At SETA, we're more than just a stepping stone. We're a launchpad for your career. We support and administer various learning programs to fuel your growth. SETA conducts quality assurance in line with QCTO requirements, setting the standard for your success. Your dreams matter, and so does your investment. SETA disperses levies collected from employers, making education accessible and impactful. We don't just support education, we champion it. SETA actively promotes the implementation of the National Qualifications Framework, ensuring your qualifications are recognized and valued. SETA, shaping futures, empowering lives.
The Construction Education and Training Authority of South Africa, also known as SETA, has embarked on a nationwide roadshow across all 9 provinces to engage its stakeholders. The journey started in Johannesburg.
Attendance. Yes, sir. Because the type of certificates that our learners are getting, they don't work the paper written on it.
Cape Town.
When we announce the DGs, when we announce the mandatory grants, when we announce our project outline, everyone must feel represented and part of that.
Durban.
We may not get it right all the time, but we'll work towards it.
Bloemfontein.
Don't look at our faces. We have got nothing to lose. Tell us how can we find the SETA to be mandate driven, not personality and cutting corners. You know for sure, Manga Fugidlozi, Moshe.
Polokwane.
Thing that Chairperson was talking about is that when you get into a position of leadership, you inherit even the problems that existed years ago before you assumed a position.
It's possible. It is possible. We can do it. But what we need is not just to train and make sure that learners are getting stipends. That is not the issue. The issue is to see that people get quality training.
Bombela.
So that we can be able to be competitive globally as a country. We rely on you, and also we rely on ourselves.
Uppington.
As ek is veilig. Die mense wat langs my moet ook veilig wees. En die plek daar waar ons gaan werk moet ook veilig wees.
Rustenburg.
The building of capacity of SMMEs in the space is one of our most important.
I just wanted to inquire about the framework around QCTO. Where's the movement going to go?
Because yes, we are right, institutions like municipalities, it's easier CEO to throw money to them because at least they are subjected to the same audit standards.
And for our final destination, ladies and gentlemen, Gqeberha.
As Malusi shares, the CEO of Construction SETA, we are very thankful for the opportunity we have had to engage with our stakeholders in all the provinces in these roadshows. And as we come to the conclusion of these roadshows, we're excited to have heard from you as stakeholders and all the issues that you have raised, ranging from the issues of late and delayed feedbacks, and also in terms of responding to your needs. As SETA, we are committed going forward that will be improving significantly as we have already started on this journey of making sure that we are responsive. We give thorough feedback so that you can understand if there is anything that you need in the processes whereby you may not be successful and where the SETA requires more of you.
Lendawo yaseBabanango indawo enomlando oyisimangaliso emzabalazweni yamakhosi ethu okulwisa ingcindezelo lesithi colonialism. Abantu abangazi insizwa zikaZulu ezazisuka ondini ziyoyibamba esandlwana zazidlula la eBabanango. For the first time, the British Empire when it was defeated, it was here eSandlwana. Ngakho-ke lokho esikwenzayo namhlanje kuwukugcizelela ukubaluleka kwale ndawo. Nanokuthi abantwana bale ndawo abangasaleli ngemuva, bakwazi ukuthi bathole amakhono. Inhloso yale skill center ukuniqeqesha ebuchwephesheni osebudingeka empilweni nasemsebenzini kulesikhathi sanamhlanje. Enye into esesithe sizoyenza la ebalulekile ukuthi sizoqeqesha abantwana sibafundise ukukhanda ama-cellphone. Abanye kwabona kube khona izinto abaziqalayo, ngisho amabhizinisi anabo amancane bakwazi ukuthi baqashe abanye abantu. Ngisho somabhizinisi abancane siyabamema ukuthi babone ukuthi bangasizakala kanjani ngezinye izinto ezenziwa la, bakwazi ukuchofa amakhompyutha, bafunde nangolwazi lokuphatha kangcono ibhizinisi. Leli college sesifuna ukuliqamba ngokuthi iKing Zwelithini TVET College. That for me would be one of the most important tributes. Isilo esikhotheme sasithanda kanjani intuthuko ikakhulukazi imfundo.
This has not just started overnight. We had a long journey that has taken us to where we are today. As EDDP SETA, we had worked with the University of Johannesburg and established a research chair on fourth industrial revolution, because we didn't want to do things haphazardly. And then the research chair shared the information with all TVET colleges in terms of the theory, the research, and the findings that needed to be in place. And when we decided to look into supporting the TVET colleges, we started with the 3 TVET colleges that have
let's
been
please get them coming in as well.
by the EDDP SETA. Of the sector.
Whiskey and cognac time still ticks.
And the TVET colleges. But today I must say that we have gone to 10
The time is still ticking. Please bring them in, colleagues. If you're still outside.
Northern Cape, Eben, Busalela, West Coast, and West Core, including Brenda. These are the TVET colleges that we expect to see the same and more, but this is the beginning of the process. We are committed to ensuring that we don't just develop laboratories, we go into bigger plants and making sure that a skills revolution becomes a reality, and issues of fourth, fifth industrial revolution, we don't learn about, but those are the things that we see as we've done today.
They say that women hold up half the sky. They say that women hold the power to nurture, to uplift, to carry the weight of the world. They say that women are born with the strength to persevere, the courage to rise, the confidence to stand tall and let their voices be heard. They say that women can achieve whatever they dare to dream. Now is the time for the women of this world to hold up the sky together. By shattering the barriers of convention, by breaking the boundaries of outmoded thinking, by embracing a brand new mindset of progress and change, now is the time for women to seize the future and make the most of the best of both worlds. Let us show you how by lifting as we rise through the power of the IWFSA Facet Women's Legacy Program. In partnership with FASET, the Sector Education and Training Authority for the Finance, Accounting, Management Consulting, and other financial services sector, and Due Cooperate Education, ranked number 1 in custom executive education in the world by the Financial Times. The IWFSA, the South African chapter of the International Women's Forum, is living up to its founding ideal of developing the next generation of women leaders, paying it forward by sharing the skills, expertise, knowledge, and know-how of empowered women who seek to empower other women in turn. It all began in 2022 with a group of 65 trailblazers setting the pace for a comprehensive program that will leave a legacy of learning and accomplishment for future generations. In February 2023, the first phase of the program kicked off with 160 participants. Phase 2 followed in April 2023 with 320 participants. The program focuses on executive development and middle management development, offering a series of academic modules, conversations with experts, group coaching, and one-on-one mentoring sessions with globally acclaimed women leaders. Through dynamic coaching, engagement, and discussion, participants of the program learn the secrets of business strategy, critical thinking and analysis, innovation, entrepreneurship, and personal growth. But more than that, by learning from leaders, they too learn to lead. These are the young pioneers of Women's Legacy Program. These are the trailblazers of tomorrow. But there's more to the IWFSA FASET Women's Legacy Program than academic education and mentorship alone. Because to be a genuinely world-class leader, business leader, you need to immerse yourself in the world of business. And that's why the program includes an international benchmark and networking study, and a global immersion experience beyond our borders. So, fasten your seatbelts and get set for takeoff. At home and around the world, the graduates of the IWFSA FASET Women's Legacy Program are going places fast, and their ultimate destination is the future itself. By 2025, 1,000 graduates from the IWFSA FASET Women's Legacy Program will be working in the private and public sectors, adding their skills, knowledge, and expertise to the economy at large. In years to come, there will be many thousand more, each in their way through their deeds and actions, paying it forward for the generations still to come. Now is the time for women to reach for the stars, not just to dwell among them, but to set a shining example. Women empowering women, women leading the way to tomorrow. Join us on our journey, and let's leave a legacy for the next generation.
A very, very warm welcome to every single one of you to the SETA Rural Career Guidance 2023 official SETA Rustenburg office opening.
Colleagues, I think those of us who are in Circle, we are told that there are some people
and now that they have
are
offices
still
here,
being fed, and if we take too long waiting for them, we're going to be fed up. So rather we get going. They'll find us once they are fed that side. I suggest that we get anyone that is still standing seated. Ukuphi? Ningiphe nama.
At 6 o'clock.
Which venue? This very venue?
Yes, reorganize.
Bazawutshela kwala. Bazoyiorganize in how long?
After 4, cocktail.
Sabe? Okay.
Because abantu abayazi le nto.
Okay. Yeah. Colleagues, the reason I'm trying so hard to keep us onto time is because we now have got 3 panels discussions to go through. And when we finish those 3 discussions, we go straight to dinner, at which dinner the Deputy Minister is going to launch the high impact programs. And I was told that some people are looking at going out to freshen up and, zhuzh themselves up a little bit. It may not be possible, given the time. So let's please know that as we break here, there'll be some cocktail, we hang around, we do quite a bit of networking whilst they reorganize this place swiftly, and we then get started with the next session, which will be our dinner. If, however, we do get cooperation from the facilitators and the panelists, we might be able to break a little sooner, and for those who are in here, they might have 10-15 minutes to go and freshen up. So let's see whether you help me to manage this program, because in actual fact, you are managing it, I'm just helping. I need to take this opportunity to also recognize, especially because she also was once with my SETA, the CAT SETA, when it was not the CAT SETA still, as I got to learn, the acting DG of the Department of Labor and Employment, Mayor Onkem Joe. Ma'am, thank you for joining. And I used to work with Sam Rotova many years ago, back in the days, and I was reminding him that some of the problems and the sins of the sector actually are because of the mistakes we made back in the late 90s, early 2000s. And he therefore has a responsibility to never resign or retire, but to continue to correct them beyond, which is why some of us are still here. Thank you very much. Without much ado, Chair Wezi, it's your responsibility now for the next 30 minutes. Thank you, sis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Temba, Chairperson of Chairpersons. And welcome my panelists. On my extreme left, I've got Nhlanhla, who you heard his name when we were about to say there's nepotism here. He has actually indicated they don't know each other, so be comforted. Nhlanhla is a representative at NEDLEC of the community constituency. And he raised his hand because he felt very strongly that they have got to participate and they've got to be seen to be participating. You are welcome, Nhlanhla. Thank you very much for the initiative. Next to Nhlanhla, we have got Mr. Semzungu, who is the DDG for the TVET colleges. And then we have got Mr. Sam Morotoba, who's been long in the field of education, as Chairperson Temba has indicated. You are welcome. And then I'm not sure if we'll be able to connect with Mukhtar Ali from Busa. He's supposed to be in our panel. If he is not, at least we are enough to cover most of the questions we are going to be having. My panelists, in the interest of time, I think it's important for me to actually bring to the House something that which we all know, that the topical agenda item globally, and we are a tribe in this global village, South Africa, it's climate change. It is also the hydrogen economy. It is also the sustainable development goals. It is also the digital literacy or digitization. So this is the topical agenda globally. You go to any meeting, whether it is in Davos, they are talking about these issues. And in South Africa, our topical issues is those of addressing the triple sketch. We call it's PU, that is poverty, unemployment, and inequality. So clap this together. We already have got a skilling arena as SETAs. So as SETAs, we derive all our activities and actions together with industry from these topical issues which are on the agenda, because once we deal with them, we are actually addressing that which is topical in South Africa and also in globally, as global players. So I was actually impressed with the minister when he actually added some items on the high impact areas. And as he indicated that rural development should not be seen as the last one, because it may appear as if it was a last thought for it to be slotted in here. Definitely it is not, and I'm aware of SETAs, and almost all SETAs, they've got rural programs that which they are driving. And like you heard me earlier on talking about skill centers, they are located in deep rural areas, deep rural Gqeberha, deep rural Saldanha Bay, and deep rural KZN, that is in Babanango. So what is of importance is for us to be dealing with the topic of the key trends in the skills development and training space. And we've identified 3 of them. And 3 of them is the green trend, the first trend we're talking about, and also the innovation trend, and also the digital
Chairperson, just one
trend.
second. We seem to be having some interference from the back. If you can please help us. If you know who it is, please write their names down, send it to the front. I will deal with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. So with the green trend, we talk about the green economy, which actually provides opportunities for growth and development. Now already we have got space to come up with programs from the green economy. Defining green skills in pursuit of sustainable future, and also creating sustainable livelihoods out of the green economy. With the innovation trend, we're talking about green economy equaling the economic growth. So they both work hand in hand. And in the digital trend, we are talking about taking the green economy and the digital economy to rural areas. And also, we've got other places in the urban areas, which we call urban, but they still live like rural. And we should also identify those. So what is important in the digital trend, we're talking about where there has been a school, there has got to be smart skills centers. And if it is not in the scale that which is done, for an example, through SETA, it should be at a scale that is managed by everybody else, including other SETAs. So here we need to actually skill the tradespeople through companies, and that is digital learning. What I like about the smart skill centers is that the target is not only the youth and the unemployed and the college students, it's also the old people, the people that have got their own cooperatives, people that have got their own stock files, where we have got a skills center. It has got a digital boardroom where they can meet and actually talk to other networks of theirs if they book the boardroom, which is a smart boardroom. So even old people get access to the skill centers, and that actually makes a lot of sense. And now, when we're talking about the green economy, we've got components which include the lower gas house emissions, and we also, or intensity, and we also have got low carbon growth. These are the components. And when I'm mentioning this, these are areas where we can actually have skills come out of these. And also equitable growth, and also human development, strengthening of communities and the habitat, and also climate change and the likes. So coming to the questions, I'm going to address Mr. Sam Murotoba first. It's actually silly of me to forget the surname because I've been used to this surname for years since I became an adult through him. Okay, Mr. Sam Murotoba, who is the DDG for the Department of Employment and Labor. The question I have for you is that the Department of Employment and Labor plays a key role in planning and policy. What key trends in skills development have you taken into consideration during the policy and planning process for employment creation? Another one is that, can you share the work that the department undertaking to close the skills gaps in various sectors? And lastly, what has been some of the major achievements and challenges that we are facing? Thank you.
No, thank you very much for inviting me. And I'm glad I'm back home with the SETAs. The work, and maybe when the invite came to me, was to talk briefly on the work that we are doing in relation to migration. And your second question will relate to the employment. We have developed a national employment policy with 9 key intervention areas, which we have discussed extensively with various government departments. And that policy, due to unfortunate reasons, it could not be processed in time for release to the public to further engage because of the internal process. But amongst the 9 key interventions, one of them has to do with the support to youth. There's a chapter that deals extensively with interventions within the education arena. There's a chapter on migration. Now, just briefly on migration, I think the question that came to me originally had to do with the brain drain and the brain gain. Brain drain had to do with the outflow of skills that we have, which unfortunately, because as the country we don't have a system to measure that, it is currently happening across all sectors. We don't know as we speak, but whenever we go to other countries, we can find health, education, agricultural people, our engineering people in sectors, etc. That's on the brain drain. On the gain side, we have had a number of people in areas that we identified as scarce and critical skills, where we worked with the Department of Higher Education and Training and the Department of Home Affairs. But unfortunately, South Africa has an influx in the low end of very low-skilled people that we have an abundance in. And I think one of the take-homes that we need, especially in this forum, is to begin to relook at the scarce and critical skills as an instrument that we use to allow foreign nationals to come in, but to use that document predominantly to focus institutions of higher learning, SETAs, TVETs, to take and train people in those areas, because if we believe that the scarce and critical skills list is very important and strategic, then our efforts, NASFAS, everyone, should be putting efforts and investment towards those skills so that the graduates of our programs can then be absorbed in the various jobs that arise. On migration also, on the question of outflow, I think as the department we have realized that dealing with the inflow is one thing, but there are countries that have also successfully dealt with the outflow. Given the high unemployment rate, there are countries that are having a negative growth in population, adults, where we can send our young people to go and gain a lot of skills, and doing so, protecting their rights, making sure that they are not subjected to low standards whilst there, taking care of their welfare, and making sure that we reintegrate them when they come back, and do all those under a bilateral labor agreement. And that is something that is emerging out of the national labor migration policy that we have developed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mrotova, on that response. I'm actually keen on following up on the issue you raised on the adoption of policy, public adoption of policy and the snags that which we have actually come across. Now, another topic which we are dealing with here, in as far as key trends are concerned, is innovation. The question I have is just an extension. How can we use digitization to speed up the process? Because it is there to actually enhance the processes that we know from time immemorial to be creating, the backlogs and the delay in implementing many of the issues, which we as government are actually blamed for, that we have got good policies and everything else, but implementation is a problem.
Yeah, I think on that one, as South Africa, we are very fortunate in that our president was appointed by the International Labour Organization, which is the biggest labor body in the world, to chair the 4IR committee. The issue is whether we have embraced the outcome of that committee. Because within the ILO, and as you know, every year we go to the ILO to exchange with various countries on the innovations that are happening as we speak. We have policies such as working from home, which have been there way before COVID. There is a lot in terms of the nature of work that is changing. We have seen massive retrenchments. Those retrenchments are still going to come. So if our interventions and programs are still traditional, unfortunately, the large number of young people that we are producing are not going to find work. We need to adapt, to change, to understand what some of those challenges are. Countries such as China, India, etc., are sitting with less than 15%, 8% unemployment rate, with populations of 1.3, 1.4 billion. We're just 66 million, and we're sitting with more than 35% in terms of just young people, not let alone the expanded definition of unemployment. So unless we rejig our processes, understand what the 4IR is all about. I worked in the automobile industry some 30 years back. We used to be more than 25,000 at Ford Motor Corporation, then Sigma. If you go today in that industry, they are producing more cars with less than 2,000 people in that factory. So it shows you that a lot of things has happened. Highveld Steel, ISCO, quite a number of high-producing capacity industries have closed down. And the question is, what do we do to make sure that we get our people back into employment that is sustainable?
Great, thank you very much. talking about innovation, I think we should know that innovation in the green economy actually creates complementary innovation. It never stops. It's a continuous process. And hence, once you have innovated and you have made an impact, another opportunity to innovate comes up. Coming to you, Mr. Sem Zongo, the question I have for you is what role do TVET colleges play in identifying and responding to key trends in skills development? And can you provide a few examples of key trends in skills development that the TVET branch has identified?
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. I don't know how much time you have for me to share those.
Because I know you've got a lot to tell us.
Fine. Let me pay the rent to the TVET sector first. And how we pay the rent in the TVET sector is that everything and anything that you can see and can touch that is in this room has got a fingerprint of an artisan. So I'll repeat that payoff line. Everything and anything that you can see and you can touch in this room at this moment has got a fingerprint of an artisan.
Yes.
Yes. Now, coming back to the role that the TVET colleges are playing, Chair and the House, firstly, let's deal with the issue of the importance of TVETs in the economy of this country and also fighting some of the social ills. I thought my fellow DDG here, I don't know because the names are the same, he sounded like a spokesperson for the TVETs already. He has already covered me in terms of the importance of TVETs in this country. Is that the growth in terms of accessing the TVETs is actually non-negotiable if we are serious as a country, particularly around the industrialization of this country and of the continent at large. I learned this morning on the news that South Africa is now top in terms of the economies of this continent. But we are not top because we have grown. We are top because the other two large economies, Nigeria and Egypt, had actually grown less than us. So it means for us to be able to grow, we need to also ensure that we invest mainly in these skills that are found in the TVET colleges. Chair, we held in the past 2 years 2 very critical summits as the TVET sector. One of those summits was the Industry TVET College Partnerships that was held in Cape Town. The other one was the Curriculum and Digital Transformation Summit. And out of those summits, the key things that came out, which are now the focus of the TVET sector, one is the technology integration. And we also want to express our gratitude to our partners who are SETAs in the main, as well as the private sector that has also came on board in large to also support us. So one of the programs that we are dealing with as TVET colleges, incorporating emerging technologies, issues of artificial intelligence is now being incorporated on a curriculum after the the Curriculum Transformation Summit that was held, data analytics, as well as automation into their programs to prepare students for jobs, also to ensure that we cover the likes of cybersecurity, data sciences, and so forth. And ETDP SETA has been one of the SETAs that have been leading in this sphere with 17 4IR hubs that have been established in the TVET colleges. Of course, we would love to see this. I thought you would clap some hands for ETDP SETA with this initiative. We also have an initiative with FACET, having built a number of ICT hubs in TVET colleges. I think they have now covered the length and breadth of this country. We've got 50 TVET colleges. Of course, they are establishing one ICT hub, a 50 college. We have close to about 280 campuses that we must still cover in this country, and we will be hoping that we'll be able to cover all these campuses. We also have an initiative with MICT that is also building up some labs, as well as SETA that has also created some of the smart skill centers, working together with other SETAs. I also want to share with the House Chair that the TVET colleges, the Minister is now busy launching the newly built infrastructure, state-of-the-art infrastructure post-1994 in the deepest rural areas of this city, of this country. Last week we were in Stekspruit launching one of the state-of-the-art facilities that has been built post-94 by our government, and we hope that these centers, we are going to turn them into smart campuses because of their ruralness. We have started this project, and we are starting with one campus that has already been launched in Msinga. That's one area of integrating technology in our teaching and learning. The other area, Chair, is on green skills, working together with some of the international cooperation or partners, like the GIZ, the Germans, in ensuring that we train our teachers or our lecturers, as well as also training our students in this regard, together with the Chinese partnership that we have. We also have introduced entrepreneurship and innovation as one of the interventions that we have seen. In this particular area, we are partnering with Alan Gray, philanthropists, together with SETA and other departments that are very important in this regard. I see the program director is intimidating me. That's why I asked, how much time do you have for me? Because there's a lot that we have covered in this regard. Lastly, Chair, before I take too much of your time, is a very important program that is in the heart of our minister, which is the work placement of TVET colleges. And in this regard, again, I wish that we could give a big round of applause to our SETAs, because they have ensured that those young people, they are provided stipends when they go to workplaces, as well as our entity, NSF, that has also supported on that. And lastly, Chair, as part of the intervention in response to the NDP, what the minister has done, came up with the white paper for post-school education, and then we've responded through the white paper that we are going to build these new sites in all the deepest rural areas. And I think what is happening now, we are now rolling out those campuses, but also it assists on what DDG Sam Morotowa has touched on in terms of the migration of people, that if we build these centers in their home states, there's no need for them to come this side. Hence, we are also introducing the trade test centers to increase the number of artisans that we can graduate as a country. As you know that before 1994, we were only relying on Olifantsfontein to trade test. Now we've got 35 of the trade test centers that are decentralized in the TVET colleges, where people can access them easily instead of traveling this far. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zongo. I think what you have spoken about actually addresses the broken telephone that which the minister spoke about, the 9 million on SAFM. Now it's up to us as SETAs to actually spread the right gospel for people to know what TVET colleges are there for. Nhlanhla, the question I have, we have had a lot of floods, and the people who are affected are in communities out there. And this actually speaks to climate change, as I indicated, that it's a topical agenda item globally. So what do you think communities can benefit from the skills that can actually assist them when we have got these catastrophes that are taking place? Nhlanhla.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair and colleagues. Now, the flooding is a very good example of something that we actually contributing towards creating. It's a result of a climate change because of our behavior. Then it impacts communities in like the most devastating way. The example of KwaZulu-Natal floods is showing us that there's various elements that have got to do with skilling the community. One of the things we have to skill the community with, and there's a role for private sector in this, we are aware and we've been on the ground. The communities actually across the country, I don't know if you are aware of this. In all communities, one of the things that you cannot get as waste right now, everywhere, is a can. A can of Coke, a can of beer, whatever, you can't get it. And the reason why we are not getting it is because we are recycling it. And it makes money even for these guys who are using drugs, we call them amapara. They eat it like food. Now, we have got plastic. Plastic was blocking the drainage systems in Emanzimtoti and around Durban. And one of the least recycled products is plastic. Now, as you can see, in South Africa, we have got strategies that show that our waste is the economy, but we are not doing enough to recycle. When we're negotiating the ERRP skills plan, Mr. Mvalo, we negotiated when business was having a shortage of bottles for Savannah, if you remember. We also had a shortage of recycled paper in South Africa because we are giving paper to people abroad, but we're also recovering from COVID. So when you are looking at the waste economy, one of the things we are not doing is leveraging it enough. We are not recycling all of our waste. We are not turning it into business opportunities, and we are not actually even just making sure that we have got sufficient buyback centers. The reason why cans are actually like removed from every township is because there's buyback centers. Now, in the flooding again, the flooding is also showing us other set of skills that people have to know. Right now, in various communities, people are building wherever they can. So when they find land, they build. And we are finding that there's a lot of people who are building in flood lines. There are people building in environmentally risky places. So part of the education we must provide is that of construction as well as location of our human settlements. Maybe finally, the point I want to make, which I think is a big point, is our understanding of just transition. So South Africa has got this conception that just transition is just energy transition. And I think that is a problematic thing because we are transitioning in various areas. So when you are talking about the digital, like digital economy is a transition. And in this digital economy, for instance, ECD and basic education in other countries has become 4IR responsive. In South Africa, we are still second industrial revolution in terms of how we are providing our education. So part of then the transitions that we must think about is transition in construction materials, is transitions in communication technologies, is transition in food productions, and every other thing, so that the just transition is all encompassing. It's all encompassing. That way, in fact, every SETA sectoral will then find a program that it can do. And as communities, we are providing infinite demand for these services. And what we are doing now for the country as communities, you see, we cried 10 years ago about our matric pass rate. I don't know if you are paying attention now, that in basic education we are matriculating more learners. And we are even matriculating more learners with what you call the university access, a bachelor pass. But we are failed by everybody. We are failed by the post-school education and training system because the youth that matriculates, we are not planning spaces for them. So this just transition and the responses both to digital economy as well as into green economy must help us target at least that 100% of our young people find places in post-school education and training. And we must also, I will be speaking later about community education and not in this panel. I will be speaking about community education and training colleges. That is also a space where we could actually supply for this huge demand that is increasing every year, because we are busy saying that young people must pass. When they pass, we don't accommodate them in post-school education and training. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nhlanhla. You have actually advertised yourself and the services that which you provide, and as a listening ear on the issues that affect and impact on communities. I want to believe that you are going to be speaking in most SETA congregations because of the input that which you have had. And I think, I hope the minister is going to announce, or the deputy minister will be announcing how we are going to be addressing the issue of the skills migration, Mr. Murotoba, because there is going to be an establishment of a specialized green hydrogen skills center to plug the skills gap. It's going to be announced very soon. And SETA together with MQA and what is the other? SETA, and is the four of them. They are going to be leading in this establishment of the green hydrogen skills, specialized green skills center. I thank you very much, Chairperson. And there's such a lot that which we can actually talk about, but time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Very insightful engagement indeed. Please give the panelists a quick round of applause and the chair for an able management of the team. I am waiting to see if topic 4 panelists together with their facilitator are here. I'm informed that the panelists are going to join in virtually, and only the facilitator will be here. While she comes, allow me to say that of everything that got said today, something opened my eyes a little bit more that was never in my radar screen. And that is how we are not using communities to actually build the capacity for economic development, employment opportunities in the manner that Ubabu Ndlovu was speaking about. And how through the collection of recyclable material like tins and plastic, like he's saying, we've actually lended them to the hands of, it breaks my heart, that in actual fact, the people that do that rummaging of this material do that in order to feed their drug habits. We are not, as this collective, looking at how we are creating communities, entrepreneurs, and cooperatives that are actually going to be the recyclers themselves, not just the collectors of tins to take them and give them to somebody that gives them a pittance that they then go and buy drugs and be dependent on. It is indeed what has been said, a huge indictment on us. And I think personally it's one of the things that, as the minister was saying, we must put at the top, like we put rural, amongst the things that we're going to have to look at. We must deal with the drug addicts by ensuring that our communities do the recycling themselves. Over to you, Chair.
Victor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not too sure, I cannot see them.
Yeah, we've got some here. Should we reposition? Oh, the screen is unreliable. It keeps going on and off. But
yes, I think it's better if we can see them on the screen.
If you can make it live, it's been like this the whole day now, I have to say. It's been like this all day, but I hope it's now going to be stable. Thank you. Over to you, Sita.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Let me first introduce my panelists. The first one is the Auditor General, Ms. Tsakani Maluleke, Ms. Lisa Seftel, the CEO of Netlec, and Mr. Xolani Mdoda from COSATU. Colleagues, I'm sure you'll agree with me when I say that SETAs play a crucial role in skills development. SETAs have been entrusted with a very difficult mandate of driving skills revolution in the country. Chapter 4 of the National Development Plan deals with education, training, and innovation. And these are the enablers that will assist us to eradicate poverty and unemployment. So skills are central to economic growth. Skills are central to creating employment as well as creation of entrepreneurs. So with skills, we will be able to improve the lives of the citizens as envisaged in the NDP. The DG in his address this morning spoke about the socio-economic challenges that are facing the country. That is unemployment, poverty, inequalities, gender-based violence, and femicide. The topic for this session, it deals with how can SETAs enhance efficiency, effectiveness of service provisioning. I want to be relevant, because Minister said we mustn't say service delivery by the SETAs. So it's how do you maintain the balance between the provisioning of service to the citizens and also making sure that there is good governance, you are compliant. We always make sure that you comply with all the prescripts before AG comes to the party. So the objective of this session is really to explore the strategies that can enhance efficiency and effectiveness of SETAs in implementing skills development interventions and mandates. Like I said, just how can we better maintain the balance between the two? My first question is to the Auditor General. Good governance leads to improved service delivery. AG, in the past, your office was criticized from being too compliance-driven and not being developmental, because we say it's like a tick box exercise. You check whether we've complied. So how is the AG or the strategy of the Culture Shift Strategy 2030 impacting in the culture of auditees or the culture of SETAs to enhance efficiency and effectiveness in addressing service delivery challenges?
Great, thank you. Thank you very much for that very kind introduction and that rather spicy questioning. A warm greeting to my fellow panelists and importantly to the audience, all the dignitaries and colleagues that are in the room. I do apologize that I can't interact with you physically. I had so wished to do so, and I hope that another opportunity to do that will arise soon. So let me start by locating the AGSA in this question. So our mandate, as you know, is to audit independently and to report on governance arrangements of the government. Specifically, we're required to conduct annual audits that cover an opinion on financial statements, whether financial statements are credible, an opinion on the performance information or a conclusion on whether or not the performance information is reliable. And then the third aspect of our annual audit is the view on compliance, specifically on laws and regulations that relate to financial and performance management. That's what the law says. If you look at Section 25 of the Public Audit Act, that's what we're required to do. And then there was the letter amendment
effective from April 2019, which gave us additional powers, introducing the idea of a material irregularity, which now forms part of our annual regularity audit, right? The work we do is conducted by audit teams that make up 3,600 people of the AGSA, 850 of whom are chartered accountants, 1,000 of whom are individuals that are in training to become chartered accountants. In fact, our training is one of the biggest in the country, our training platform. And graduates arrive and they train and they pass their board exams and qualify as C8. In fact, we've already assisted more than 2,000 individuals to pass the board exams and qualify as chartered accountants. But beyond CAs and auditors like me, we have a diversity of skill and expertise, and I'll explain why I have to highlight this. The work we do, it doesn't just have input from auditors at the tickers and bashes, the checkbook, the checklist one. It has got the direct input and participation by our colleagues who have different skills, people who are information systems experts, data analysts, people who have forensics expertise, people who operate in our performance audit teams. For example, we've got specialists in education and skills development. We've got specialists in health, but also specialists in infrastructure. I say this because we've understood that, yes, our responsibility is to audit every single public institution across the country. Most of them we audit directly. Some we have other people audit on our behalf, and then we oversee those audits. It gives us a unique vantage point of institutions beyond their silos. So we can look at one single SETA, we can look at all the SETAs. We can look at the entire PSET system because we have the access and the reach to actually audit the department, the National Skills Fund, the NISFAS, the 21 SETAs, the 50 TVET colleges, the 9 CETs, and then the 26 universities. Whilst we might not audit them directly, we do have some responsibility to oversee those audits. What that tells you is that we can give you a full view of the sector. So when we started taking stock of this, we had the depth and diversity of skills. We have the responsibility to audit in those three critical areas: financials, performance, and compliance. And then we also audit everyone. We started to ask ourselves, how can we add more value into the system of governance? How can we contribute better insight, more meaningful, richer insight that can hopefully influence better choices and decisions by the people that run these institutions, such as yourself? So what this culture shift strategy does, it says, yes, our mandate remains as it is. Yes, we remain as independent as ever. But here's the trick. We're able to see everyone, and we have this diversity of talent. Let's push ourselves a bit more to give you better insight. So when we look at the SETAs, for many years, the debits and credits the SETAs don't struggle with. Here's the thing. So the financial statements of SETAs are not that tricky, and fortunately, there's been attention to this area by most of the SETAs, so that's not the issue. The performance information of SETAs, from a tick box point of view, tends to be okay. And then compliance tends to trip many of the SETAs, right? But then we started to ask ourselves, if design of the governance arrangements within SETAs is appropriate, if the ability to at least indicate where money is gone is there, what else can we do differently as the auditors of the SETAs to shape the type of recommendations, to offer the type of insights that will help SETAs perform better, deliver on their mandate even better, make sure they do more effective, efficient, and sustainable service provisioning, as you're saying. So what we've done is just use that vantage point and use data to analyze a few things. So I'll give you an example of what we did over the last year. So we said, if we look at where SETAs operate, so in the last panel, there was a big discussion about the link between SETAs and the TVET colleges, right? So we said, well, let's look at the courses being enrolled for in the TVET colleges, the courses that are being paid for by NISFAS, and let's look at what fields young people are enrolling in. What we found was some worrying mismatch in terms of the type of courses that were being enrolled for by young people in TVET colleges funded by NSFAS in relation to what the market needs. Now, I know that the SETA colleagues might not like me saying this, but there was a large number of students that were studying tourism. Nothing wrong with tourism. The question is, are we clear that those courses are well positioned to help young people operate in a much more inclusive tourism sector? Are they given the best chance to operate? Then we also found that there were a number of young people who were enrolled for and paid for to study things like business administration, public management, things like human resources. Again, nothing wrong with those courses. The question is, to what extent does it take us forward in terms of economic growth, in terms of inclusive work opportunities, or even entrepreneurial endeavors? So we are able to give you those insights because we can see the whole system. And we're hoping that this information will help SETAs get better discipline, get better quality out of their strategic planning processes, the SSPs, their strat plans, the APPs, make sure that they actually are dealing with the critical areas as agreed to between labor and employers in their different sectors, but also collaborate across the system. One last point I want to make before I leave the platform. One of the other things we looked at, and again, is talking to the need for better integration at the planning and the execution level. So I talked about things happening within SETAs and TVET colleges and NSFAS. What we also looked at was what happens across SETAs. And we found that because of the lack of integrated planning and execution, there was duplication of effort, which was resulting in poor quality of spend. So you ask, how can SETAs be more effective in their service delivery or their service provisioning? How can they be more efficient? Part of it is to integrate their efforts and to make sure that we do away with the fragmentation and the duplication that is quite evident in the system. For many years, we were all talking about things anecdotally. Last year's PFMA audit, we did some work as AGSA that will give you a sense of the statistics of what we're finding. 23.5 learners across the SETA system were concurrently registered for learnerships with 2 or 3 different SETAs. 23,500. That's a significant number of learners. Yes, there may be all manner of reasons why that happens, but it's an efficiency question and a question about quality of spend, and a question about the lack of integration. We found that things like when we match the SETA data to what is sitting in the National Population Register, we found people of over 65 years of age being registered as learners on the systems at SETAs. People who were no longer alive, who were deceased on the National Population Register, but receiving SETA learnership stipends. We found learners who were on SETA databases, but were at the same time benefiting from a bursary scheme at NSFAS or Funza Lishaka. Now that's duplication and fragmentation that needs to be dealt with if we are to become much more efficient and effective in service provisioning as the SETA sector. So that's what our culture shift strategy is. I've given you the background, I've given you some examples of how it can impact the SETA landscape and why, in fact, we're doing it. We're still independent, we're still auditing, we're still operating on our mandate. What we're trying to do is make sure we give you richer insights that can hopefully inspire very different choices that will drive better efficiency and effectiveness of the sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ajin. I wish I could listen to you talking the whole day. But in essence, I think you're saying to us as SETAs, we are on the right path by having this summit, and there's a need for better integration, planning, and execution of our work. I know last year some of us were running around trying to respond to audit findings that dealt with double dipping of learners, or even learners that are not alive. What I've noted from your remarks, AG, is that AG is the biggest training platform in the country. So well done to that. We need more skilled auditors, as in most instances, the auditees will be complaining that the auditors don't understand our work. They don't understand what they are doing. So it is refreshing to hear that AG is the biggest training platform. I will come back to you again, AG. Let me go then to Ms. Lisa Saftal. Ms. Saftal, to what extent can the private sector and public entities collaborate with SETAs in the promotion of good governance to improve service delivery?
Yes, thank you very much. And I also want to apologize for not being able to be with you this afternoon. And thank you for inviting me to address this meeting. So I'm not really from the private sector. I'm from NEDLAC, which is a tripartite plus one institution, very similar to SETAs. And in a sense, both SETAs and NEDLAC were post-apartheid institutions set up by the Department of Labor together with people like Sam Moratoba and Adrian Bird, almost 30 years ago. So, I can answer your question in this way. But firstly, in the beginning, you said something about how do you balance service provisioning with good governance. And in my view, and I think the AG would agree with me, you can only do service provisioning if there is good governance. And I think if you look at the SETA experience, that is very important. So I think one of the challenges facing SETAs, and it's an opportunity which might be not used, is that you've got, as the AG said, plenty money. You don't even collect the money. SARS collects the money for you through the skills development levy. All you have to do is spend it, and spend it properly. And it's a big responsibility, because I think in our environment, a lot of, you're seen as a cash cow. You're seen for opportunities. And therefore, I really do believe that there needs to be very good governance within the SETAs, which brings me to this issue about the tripartite nature. So, when we started in 1994, because I was in the Department of then Labor, we didn't like boards. So we called things accounting authorities, councils, and so on. But actually, an accounting authority of a SETA is a board, and it should have all the responsibilities of a board. Then we said in 1994, 95, or 96, that the SETAs must be composed of people from organized business and organized labor and so on. We didn't say that SETA AR members must have skills in auditing or finances or strategy and so on, which is a requirement of most boards. And I think that's now possibly a challenge. From where I sit in NEDLAC, we often ask social partners, please send representatives. And, social partners sometimes struggle, so they send a training manager. They don't really think about somebody with the right skills. And I think it is very important. And this doesn't have to be in the act. It can be in a code or a set of guidelines, that even though you have people from organized business and labor, and I think you must, because ultimately, skills development levies is meant to aid businesses and workers. But I think you should also add criteria about, skills in auditing and finance and so on. And there's no reason why some of the trainees of the AG should not also be nominated by organized business and labor and community to really be able to do justice on these boards. I hope that's a useful answer to your question, although not directly.
It's very useful, ma'am. But DDG, I don't want to repeat what she said because it's career limiting for me. The issues of board members with the necessary skills, but I've noted your comment where you're saying that maybe we need to make sure that we have board members with diverse skills. I think that's the point that you are driving at. So thank you for your input. And then Mr. Kolani Mdoda, my good sir, what are some of the key governance concerns of labor with regards to SETAs? In other words, is labor happy with the SETAs or not?
Thank you very much, firstly to you, Chairperson,
and then the facilitator, and all protocols observed. The government concern from our side really are there and they are existing. I just want to actually state categorically clear that the minister has actually summarized, our input in this particular gathering. And his speech was really on point, Comrade Mvalo, because he touched on a number of very key and fundamental issues that he indicated that they need to be prioritized and actually to be integrated on the National Skills Plan. He made mention of infrastructure development, rural development, SME, unemployment reduction, digitization, community infrastructure, and so on and so forth. Those are the fundamental issues really that we are concerned about as labor. If you remember, on our side, as you have indicated earlier, skills is not just an exercise ticking the box. Skills development is a revolution to us. And we do think that this is one of the tools that can be utilized for us to achieve the developmental state. And in so doing, we are aware that is a building block towards us achieving a socialist state as labor, progressive labor movement. We also questioning and want to know, in terms of strengthening governance in the area of responsibility that we are gathered here about, where is the support for workplace colleges? If you remember in your olden days, veterans, CEO Mamnesi, and all of you, you will know that very well that in the olden days, there used to be state-owned colleges. Where are those colleges to assist us so that we can be able to strengthen and empower, the labor movement? The TVET colleges focus is on old apartheid communities for funding. And to us, it's a concern. An example will be on the rural TVET colleges, you see. But when you look at where are our, not necessarily on the rural part, where mostly, the dominant class forces are at. What about our own, particularly the black and poor? So those are the issues that we're raising into this gathering. The issue of cross-subsidization between NSF and NSFAS, because we are aware that there's an 18 billion roaming around those areas of responsibilities, that this funding can be utilized to address the key fundamental issues that are facing us as labor. The balance between the employed learners and unemployed, in terms of subsidy, needs to be actually achieved, because unemployed end up being subsidized more than those that are employed. And those people that are employed, actually, they are in dire need, of those skills. If I really have to remind you, as a revolutionary, that in our endeavor to achieve these plans for us to achieve the National Democratic Revolution, as Labour, we are reminding you that the National Democratic Revolution has affirmed the working class as a primary motive force that stand to benefit from the proceeds of the revolution. You see, nowadays, the things have turned the other way around. Instead, primary class enemy of the NDR is benefiting, and hard work of that we've won politically, which is our gains, you see, is the other way around. Instead, the class interests of the ruling white monopoly capitalist is still in charge. Therefore, we are saying that the policy position must not hesitate in these areas of responsibilities. It must address our core fundamental issues. By so doing, is that the SETAs must also stop this thing of dominating the government. The government should be the one that is giving directive to the SETAs, not the other way around. You see, those are the things that we are actually observing, and which is frustrating the governance in this area. So we are saying, in lastly, the support for worker education by the SETAs needs to really be prioritized. The minister before once made mention of this and put it as number 2 of the priorities, that the SETAs need to support worker education. so that we are able to work together and achieve the good governance. I'll come for the next round. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mdoda. I saw the DG kept on nodding his head. So I take it then that there is alignment between what we are planning to do as SETAs and the expectations of SETAs from labor. One issue that you touched on is the maintaining the balance between the employed and unemployed, which is not easy for us because, again, in the morning, the minister and the DG were talking about the need. And on the other hand, you've got the employed. So I guess as SETAs, the challenge is for us then to try and maintain the balance between the two. And lastly, your comment about the SETAs dominating government. So you're saying the tone should change. Government must influence the work of SETAs. There's a saying about a dog wagging is the tail wagging the dog.
You see?
So it's the other way around.
The center must hold.
The center must hold,
Yes.
not the other way
Not the
around.
other way around.
Okay. CEO, you got that. All right, parting shots. I see the program director is looking at me. Going back to the Auditor General, your parting shots, ma'am. How can good governance lead to effectiveness and efficiency with service delivery driving an impact?
Thank you very much, ma'am. I seem to recall a time when there was major investment in changing the constitutions of SETAs to ensure that the boards were constituted in a way that could allow for balance of skills, as Lisa was saying. And by the way, Lisa, it would be difficult to get the trainees of the AGSA to form part of boards only once they leave us, which they do. And I think you also note that many of the people we train leave and go and do amazing things in the public sector. A lot of them are CEOs of SETAs and board chairpersons. So I think we're making a solid contribution. But for as long as they're employed and are authorized auditors under my delegations, they can't serve on those boards. So where I was going was that there was a major investment in dealing with the governance arrangements for SETAs. And I remember being part of it because I was part of the SETA world at some point. And the work was done. The design of the performance planning, for me, makes sense. For us as AGSA, because we've looked at it over and over, it makes sense. The journey of saying labor, employers, stakeholders, sit together, figure out what your sector needs, and make sure that your SSP responds to that. The work of saying those strat plans must be reviewed by DHEAD so that there's alignment and integration. That those APPs would ultimately find their way into the parliamentary system for oversight. So those governance arrangements are there. There's a requirement to have quarterly performance reports. There's a requirement for audit committees and finance committees, etc. So in a nutshell, and this is my parting shot, the arrangements are there for effective engagement at the planning level, for integration at the planning level, for effective monitoring while execution is happening. What tends to be lacking is disciplined practice of implementing those arrangements. If we enter it as a tick box exercise, then we're not going to have the view of labor properly heard and properly integrated into the planning. If we don't work across the silos of SETAs, as I spoke about, then we're going to keep having these duplications and fragmentations. So I would much rather the focus going forward is on giving proper expression to what sits in the constitutions of SETA, making sure that labor and employers are disciplined in ensuring that they actively participate in the planning and the monitoring of what these SETAs do, making sure that those boards function as they are designed to do, that there is proper coordination and monitoring from the departmental level, and that we invest in the requisite technology and practices that will drive integration. The designs are there. What we have to get good at is actually giving proper effect to it. And my worry is that for as long as we spend time trying to redesign this thing, we're going to lose yet another decade before we get where we should. And of course, at the same time, yes, the money that goes to SETAs comes through without SETAs having to do much. But that money in the economy, when an economy is not growing, starts to diminish. And then the growing needs and wants will continue to be a burden for people who are employed and those who are not employed, people who are in training and those who are not in training. So my plea is let's get disciplined at implementing the governance arrangements as they currently stand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, AG. Unfortunately, to the other two panelists, we've run out of time. We would have loved to engage with you on this matter. And I think what AG is saying is that the systems are there. All that we need to do is to focus more on the implementation side. So thank you very much, colleagues. Then it brings us to the end of our session. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you, Buntle. I really am sorry to do this, and it becomes difficult as you go towards the end of the day. If I intimidated Minister and an intimidated DDG, it means I've harassed this team, and it's not the right thing to do. I really, truly am sorry. But we now go into the last panel discussion, topic 5. We should be good because we have 2 panelists. We're going to give them 20 minutes so that we can make up for the last 10. And the last team to do the feedback from the panel discussions, if they can please move to this end as we speak, so that we can also caucus the time and the engagement that they will give whilst this panel is leading. I would really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge chairs of chairs, the board members who are here, the CEOs, and colleagues. Our topic is more on modernizing technologies. As you all know that we all have our phones with you, we all have our laptops with you, we all talk 4IR, we all talk more on technology. So we want to dwell more on this and look into how best can we try to integrate that in our SETAs and make an impact. For today, my panelist is Professor Piers Olowawi. He's from Tshwane University of Technology, and we really want to also acknowledge his work in terms of the learner management system that was presented in the morning, being the designer of that learner management system. Can you really give me a round of applause? In our opening questions, I would like just firstly maybe give us a background of technology evolution, so that when we dwell into it and try to integrate it, we have an understanding of actually what transpired in terms of the evolution of technology in our country and in the world as large.
Thank you very much. I'm sure, am I audible? Am I audible? Not yet. Am I audible? Can you try again? Maybe let's just get on with this one.
Thank you.
In the meantime.
No, thank you very much. Thank you for talking about the LMS, and I think I need to give honor to those people who have given us the opportunity, and that's MIC SETA, and the board, all their board members, and all their engineers, software developers. And I have to also give acknowledgement to my colleagues, Mark and Carr. You are hearing the voice of Carr on the ground when he was presenting the LMS. It's one of our products, and I think it's where we make research to work. Basically, we look at the research in different universities today. It's all about publications. But how do we make those publications to work to our advantage? Especially, we need those results to be implemented. Coming back to your question, I'm sure you agree with me, the evolutions of technology start from the Stone Age, for example, then we have the Iron Age, then let's just fast forward and move to semiconductor age, where you have your computer and all those stuff coming on board. And now we talk about fourth industrial revolution today. I mean, it's kind of the extrapolations that you get from the semiconductor age. Hence, for each of those particular evolution, you have specific tools that drive them. Let me just take you to the Stone Age. The power of stone then is to light, to give us light, because they spark them together, then it gives, the first electricity was from the stone. Then we move then into a semiconductor, which is production of computer today. Therefore, computer become tools to everybody, either doctor, engineer, or everybody. They use computer today. But now, what is exact tools for current day technology? We're talking about the AI. Now, when we talk about the AI, I will just give you a simple definition that I have the AI. It's just machine thinking like human and machine acting like human. Now, I have my two other definitions under it. When they act rationally, and they also think rationally. Therefore, there are four definitions to AI. One, action like human. Two, thinking like human. Three, rational thinking and rational action. Therefore, whatever you develop around the AI must fall within those four components. Now, the blessing of AI in this generation definitely have opportunity to open a lot of opportunities to our unemployed youth, but it's high time we tap into that. Now, when we talk about the AI, we also have different categories of that, but we only talk about the narrow AI, which is applicable to all the solutions you see today. And we need to tap into all those blessings. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Taking that into consideration, how does technology influence traditional SETA business? For example, in most SETAs, we're still using more manual than being technological. For example, in Agri-SETA, which is a primary SETA, I'll talk more of Agri-SETA because being the board chair of Agri-SETA. If we look into the current technology vis-a-vis what we have, how can it come and improve and influence the businesses of the SETAs?
Yeah, I've been hearing this conversation that the AI will take jobs, but definitely AI will create more jobs. But what is going to happen are three components. The first one is reskilling. Skilling also, that's the second one, and upskilling. Those three components have to come as a factor that then influence your efficiency. Therefore, what you do before in 1 hour, you can actually do them in 1 second. I will give you one example, which most of you are using also in the office today. If you look at your ChatGPT, I'm sure you always take 10 minutes to write a mail. You can take ChatGPT by prompt engineering to write that email for you. That takes your time to write 100 emails per day. Then you can use your remaining time to efficiently deal with crucial problems at work. Therefore, there are so many ways in which the AI complement what we do. Therefore, AI definitely will cause displacement of job, but we create more than what we expect because we are only exploiting one layer of the AI at the moment. The second, third layer are coming, which then open up how it complements the human effort to speed up in terms of efficiency and resourceful with our own time. I look forward when me and you will buy a machine that work on our behalf and we sit at the corner of our house and get honey from them. That's thanks.
Okay, with that into consideration, can you maybe zoom into the agricultural business and with regards to technology or any other SETA, with regards to the technology that is currently in place so that we can learn to explore more on those areas?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I think one of my national mandate now in national, I'm sure you know National Institute for AI, one of the mandate they gave me is to look at the application of AI, especially in agriculture. I'm an engineer by profession, but they want me to look at that aspect. I think it's a mandate between TUT and the UJ. And my focus is just to make sure how do we develop applications that enhance the productivities in agricultural sector. You know, you were talking about the agri-tech, for example. In our own research group now, we've developed almost 25 applications that can enhance the productivity on the farm. Imagine you have workers who look after your milling meal for, let's say, about 100 of them. All you have to have is to have intelligent drone that does the spraying, that does so many things, or you can even build a kind of a robot harvester, for example. That means the 100 of them might be reshifted for something else that you can actually expand your agricultural farm. Therefore, we are thinking about that today, you know, and that's the area that we focus on, especially in agriculture with the mandate given to me.
Okay. Out of interest, how can we now synchronize the current youth unemployment? You know, we have a high rate of unemployment in our country with technology and with a more emphasis on graduate readiness for workplaces.
Yeah, thank you. Like I said, I think we try to map our current unemployment with traditional business that we have now. We've not explored the available tech-driven businesses. And I will give you one example, which was sponsored by the MIC SETA. When we developed the LMS came with about 22 bursary for the student, that we should train them on that particular application. When we are developing it, we develop it with them. And can I tell you today, the old 22 were absorbed, even at the moment, they all gain employment. That is a kind of a training that is a product-based training. That means that they gain the skill, they understand the whole full suite development of the system, and then a lot of employers actually get them on board because of their skill they've gained. That means if we change the system of our business in terms of the way we train these young people, we consider a product-driven approach, especially for unemployment candidate. What we can also do is that those ones that have graduated, for example, we can look at what are their current skill set. What can you complement with the current skill set that make them employable, either locally or internationally? Now, I'm talking about what we call job mobility. We might not be able to absorb all our unemployed candidates, but we can then allow them to gain the opportunity. Thanks to remote job today, they can sit here. I have about 5 of my students sitting here in South Africa, but earning a lot of international currency. Therefore, that can actually happen and then bring revenue into our system as well. Then reduce the number of unemployment rate. And I want to see when SETA or any of the SETA sit down, develop an application, map kind of a skill with the need of the industry. Then you do the analysis between those two. Then you look at what skill can you complement with the current skill they have that make them employable. You know, those are the methods that I expect that SETA should be looking. In other words, a two-dimensional approach to all our unemployment youth. Don't just call them to come and do internship. Do the skill analysis for each of them. When you do skill analysis with each of them, then you map the skill that can allow them. Let me give you one example. If you are a chemist, for example, and I give you a data science upon your qualification, obviously you have additional edge as compared with, you know, any other student that only have chemistry as qualification. That means you might have even a banking job instead of not having any job at all, because now you're a data analyst. Then you have opportunity to change from your chemistry to be a data analyst. And that's a big opportunity for them. A complementary study upon your traditional qualification would then change your life and then reduce unemployment in the country. Thank you.
Yeah, in the interest of time, can I just maybe ask the last question, which would be, how can the SETAs conceptualize digital skills as a subset of skills of digital economies? Remember, there's an overlapping type of skills within the SETAs. And then we want to know how can we conceptualize the digital skills?
One of the things that I would say across all the SETA is to look at digital citizenship for everybody. There is no way we can say we have our go-go in the rural area. You need a digital citizenship. If you transfer money to a go-go on the farm, you need to operate with a phone or wherever on the phone. It needs to know how to change those numbers. Therefore, digital citizenship should be free for everybody. I look forward to that. Then the other thing, when I said digital citizenship, I'm talking about the core digital skill across to everybody. The other one is to look at the specialized digital skill. You know, according to each of the SETA, they must look at what is going to be our own specialized digital skill that we might focus on. For example, MIC SETA might look at the IT area and then focus on that. For example, maybe another SETA might look at the one that relates with chemical to enhance their digital understanding. Or somebody else in agriculture might look at kind of ICT that will complement farmers on their field. This is now going to be a kind of a specialized digital skill. Then we can look at overlap with the soft skill, for example. We expect people to be a kind of a critical thinker, for example, creativities, and also a kind of ability to collaborate with other people on a digital platform. Also, the linkage with other skill as well is very crucial. You know, how do you map one skill to the other to enhance your productivity? It's actually very important. And you can't be a doctor now. In the next few years, you might not be relevant as an ordinary doctor anymore. For example, if you're a surgeon, and now you want to use robot to operate on your patient, obviously you need to understand the algorithm that is going on with that particular robot at that moment. Therefore, understanding explain AI is crucial to you, because when they begin to malfunctioning as a machine, you must know how to shut them down so that it doesn't do more than the danger that we expect. Thank you very much.
Prof, we know we could be having this discussion further, but because of time, we'll be just limited to what we have just discussed now. In conclusion, what is it that we can put forth to this summit with regards to technology and digitization?
I think in summary, what I will say, it is high time we train in 3 dimensions. One, conceptual thinking in training, which is your thinking. The second one is the processing of your brain. And the last one is the demonstration of your hand. The 3 have to work hand in hand. What is you see happening? You put theory on the student head and you leave them like that. What about the demonstration part? And that's what will change the landscape of how our students become productive in their lives. You see a lot of people with PhD, they have publication. That's the end of the story. They are sitting down in the library, useless. But each of those particular theses can be converted to something that create a new job in the market, if we then move further to turn those things into a useful resources. And we must begin to go back to the university, taking everybody's thesis and look at the commercial value, innovation that are there. You cannot have a philosophy when you don't produce something new. That new thing needs to be converted into a product that changes our economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Chair, out of interest, we really want to thank you and thank you for the opportunity for giving. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good day. We kept to our time.
Thank you very much, Prof. Please give the Prof and the chairperson another big round of applause. How I wish I could rewind my years. I can catch up on these issues myself. Can I check whether the ready? Okay, that is good news. We seem to be doing exceptionally well on catching up on time. So if anything goes wrong now, it will be because of this next group. So we are now going through. If they can please come and join us on stage, the last bit of our engagement now, which is where we get feedback from the discussions. We are starting at 4:10. I expect us to finish by 4:30, so that we catch up our time with the program. We have 5 speakers that will give us the feedback in the order of their appearance on the program. They were carefully chosen in Mr. Mashabane of the Bank SETA, Mr. Mashongwane of the MQA, Mr. Yeshen, oh, okay. Then, thanks Yeshen. Then Miss Elaine Brass and Dr. Innocent Ogcinangci, CEO of AgriSETA. Now, what we did here, we were careful in saying there can't be a chairperson here. Not that chairperson don't know what they're talking about, but the people that are here are people that are really the hub, the heart, the hands, and the feet of the sector. So they would be able to pull all of the things that after the chairpersons have howled, they then actually get in and do the job in a technical manner. I'm not going to stand up and call on them one by one. I will simply sit down now and ask them to take their 3 minutes each from my immediate left right down and end up with Ishem. It will be fine if we go that way, or you want to follow the program? You want to be a sweeper, Ishem? Yeah. All right, that's fine. So there we go. We'll get the summary in this way. And I want to propose that the last 15 minutes that was given to the program director to sum up actually doesn't get to be done after these experts have done it. Yeah. So what I'll do, I'll take 3 minutes to tell you how I'm going to enjoy my cognac after this. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Program Director. Panel 1 colleagues dealt with the role of SETAs in building a capable workforce as well as a developmental state. It was led by 2 gentlemen who have a very good overview of the public sector itself, including the entities that work in there, so government departments as well as the entities. So what they said here is that there are a few preambles that we need to take into account. The first part being that in looking at Chapter 9 and Chapter 13 of the NDP, there was an assumption that we would also do something along education and training to actualize the goals of the NDP. We will also build a capable state to actualize the goals of the NDP. It looks like now in review that those assumptions were either miscalculated, exaggerated, or even misplaced, because we are far from realizing the dream as envisaged in the NDP. So there are then opportunities, I'll call them opportunities in inverted commas, and they are saying those opportunities come in the form of burning platforms. So we are all sitting in that burning platforms of strikes and the country being on fire because of declining levels or unsatisfactory levels of service delivery. Those are providing opportunities for us to be able to now work diligently and act with urgency. So what are the measures that we should look at as SETAs? One is that we should move with speed and urgency. In other words, we should anticipate what is coming. So they gave examples of NASFAS, for example. The PSET system produces about 160,000 graduates annually. What do we do? Do we have a plan for them as they come out of the system? That's part of what anticipation might mean. We must collaborate and coordinate. No SETA can do it alone. That was the message that we were given. But above all, we should also protect our investments in communities by preserving value. In other words, we should rein in on what are called distressed assets, where we have built centers, skill centers. Today, they are sitting empty. We are moving into the next community and building another asset. So we need to do something about that. But more importantly, we should also look at grants that are distributive. In other words, when you invest in a community, try and make sure that some of that money stays in there. If you send the consultants in KwaMhlaba Lingana, after paying them, all of the money that you pay them doesn't stay in KwaMhlaba Lingana. Distributive grants. And more importantly, we should also consult with communities about what we intend to do. Oftentimes, we go in there, do our work, take the next flight back, and 5 years down the line, there's nothing happening with whatever initiative you started. The other part is collaborating in every state of the way, in every step of the way, so that we bring in maximum partners to a developmental initiative. And then lastly, we should also then focus on outcomes, not just the outputs, the tick boxes that are part of our reporting framework. Thank you again, colleagues.
Thank you, Program Director. All protocol observed. I have also just infused, so as the delegates are able then to see the presentation, but then it will make my work much simpler. It's topic 2, advocating for SETA-driven public-private partnership on the delivery of impactful programs. So that's where we are at. And if we're moving, just to save time, the panel members, panelists, just move it there. The panelists were about 5. This is one of the biggest panel that we had. So I'll not talk to them by name, but then moving to the key issues. I have decided to categorize inputs that were made into the following criteria or categories. Number 1, policy-related issues that emanated from the discussions is that the current legislation confines TVET colleges in address. Oh, thank you very much. Am I too far? I'm trying to move it. Okay. Just move it. I think from where I am, it's not moving. But then it's the first input is on policy-related issues. That is, legislation should be readdressed or be reviewed. So as colleges, I will not want to confine it only to TVET colleges, seeing that it is my sister Prof. Putsis who was talking. I know that there are CT and other institutions, so therefore other training institutions. So as we are able to then identify or address the skills needs. The next one is strategy-related issues that emanated from the discussion. Is there is a need for engagement with industry to conduct proper demand-side mapping to identify challenges. That is what is to be done by who and with what. So resources and to ensure that there's sustainability and absorption. Then they engage industry to indicate skills requirements to be addressed through curriculum development and implementation that is in the PSET. Through partnership, apply the build, own, and train. Now, this matter was emphasized by Prof. Rasul, that we need to have our own model, so as we are able then to invest in infrastructure for skills development. This point is very important, because if you then invest in skills infrastructure for skills development, I mean, it will be me and my children and my grandchildren who are going to benefit. So it's long-lasting kind of impact. Engage industry, that is, collaborate with a range of information, communication technology, ICT partners to infuse technology, just like the previous Prof articulated. Those issues are quite important because it will make us move with speed. The next point was on structure-related matters. Partnerships should take different forms with well-defined and articulated scope, purpose, and objectives. Continue with infrastructure and professional development for lecturers that is in the training space, not only TVET, and learn best practice from developing countries. Now, system-related matters is that there's a need to develop curriculum that respond to industry needs to foster the success of triple Ps. Monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of the triple Ps to ensure evidence-based decision-making, and set up monitoring and evaluation system to address the impact of triple Ps. And lastly, skills development related issues are that triple Ps are critical for implementation of skills development across different sectors and the economy. Triple Ps can also be used as a solution to equip most workers with limited or no access to training. Thank you very much.
Greetings go to board members, board chairs, and colleagues, CEOs, and all the invitees here.
The mic. Can I?
Let's try this one. You're going to be able to.
Okay. Greetings go to all board members who are here, chairpersons and colleagues, CEOs, and all the invitees. I want all men who are here to remember the name Alan Turing. Alan Turing. Alan Turing is regarded as the father of artificial intelligence, a British young man. My topic is modernizing technologies, development, trends, patterns, and skills needed in the sectors of the economy. This young man, born in 1912, he decided to ask difficult questions and started studying artificial intelligence. In the process of studying it, while everybody was appreciating him in England, one day he reported the burglary in his house. After reporting the burglary, police went there and found him in the house with another man. At that stage, it was illegal to be found or to be in a homosexual relationship. And they asked him the judgment he had to choose, one of the two. Whether he goes to the prison or they give him this home challenge. He chose the home one, which they did hormone castration. So he stayed there being castrated, frustrated. Within 2 years in 1954, he died, he passed on. But then he's regarded highly as the father of artificial intelligence today. In 2009, Gordon Brown, Prime Minister, started speaking for him, and the Queen Elizabeth II in 2013 forgave him. Now, if you check the 50 pounds, British American pounds, it has a face of Alan Turing. Out of that recognition for artificial intelligence. So I have personally named Professor Pius Oulawi, Professor Alan Turing, who has just done here the responding to the questions led by Ms. Sharon Speng, the chairperson of the board, Agri-SETA. So we are saying the impact of skills needed in our economy, impact on skills needed as it continues. We need expertise in hard design, sensor technology, data analytics, as I have already said, cybersecurity as well. But in short, since artificial intelligence changes from time to time, so we are saying as SETAs, and whatever the institutions that are here, within the institution we need to have a unit or department every time. So our conclusion says the modern technologies plays a crucial role in advancing The second last one, continuous learning, adaptability, and proactive approach to embracing emerging technologies are key to success in the ever-changing technological landscape. And the last one being, as industry continues to modernize, staying abreast of these technology development trends, patterns, and acquiring the necessary skills are crucial for individuals and organizations to remain competitive and drive innovation in today's economy. I'm so proud that this unit is there in almost all the SETAs that we have here. Thank you so much, Program Director.
Thank you, Program Director. I believe I am audible. Thank you. I was asked to sum up the discussions in Panel 4. Panel 4 is enhancing efficiency and effectiveness of service delivery by SETAs. Such an important topic, something we all want to achieve as SETAs. And enhancing efficiency and effectiveness is quite essential in improving service delivery within an environment of collaboration and impact. So we heard from the three speakers, quite dynamic, and I'm sure, Program Director, we can actually write a good paper on the discussions over this topic. But in summary, and I didn't have much time to summarize, but in summary, the Auditor General came through with a very interesting aspect to the audits and to governance. So they have emphasized once again that they are independent and they will remain as such. They have a responsibility to audit finances, conclude on performance and compliance. It is required by the law. However, the AG has also, will also in terms of its mandate, will remain in this position. However, they have also mentioned that the AG have a multi-skilled team and can add value to SETAs. And they want to continuously enrich our or enrich the recommendations that they give to us as SETAs to improve our efficiency and effectiveness. So they have moved to providing the public sector and SETAs with richer insights overall, and they've mentioned a number of really good examples that we have experienced as SETAs over the last audit period. Also, they have indicated that efficiency and effectiveness and good governance will lead to sustainable operations in order to ensure that we can deliver as a body of SETAs. Interesting, they have mentioned data analysis. So they are analyzing data and they have the bigger picture in terms of the public sector at large. And likewise, we should also be in a position going forward to having or analyzing our data in such a way that we improve our efficiency and effectiveness. They mention better collaboration across the system. That is imperative. And integration and planning is important, and also execution is vital to ensure the greater impact. The balance between governance and service delivery was mentioned, and there was an agreement between the speakers that we heard today. In fact, service delivery can only be achieved in an environment of good governance. Of course, accountability is absolutely key. It is imperative to have good governance in SETA boards, and by design, our boards have organized labor and organized employer. However, we do need to have a look at the balance of skills in terms of those boards as outlined by King 4 as well. Then the design to perform by SETAs is there. So there's nothing more that we need to add, but more attention to discipline in the execution is imperative to ensure that we are more effective and efficient. Employer to be actively, so also what was mentioned is because our boards consist of both organized employer and organized labor, it is required that they actively participate in planning. And then, of course, we need to ensure that execution is there and is monitored. Labour has mentioned that they definitely have concerns around SETA governance, but they have also indicated that the priority areas that the Minister has mentioned this morning was spot on. They have also mentioned that skills development is certainly a revolution. And further, they have indicated that this is one of the tools to achieve a developmental state. They have asked that SETAs support workplace colleges and also to look at the balance between funding unemployed and employed workers, making a good point that an investment in employed workers also can contribute to economic growth. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you, Chair and Program Director. Panel 3 reflected on how SETAs should respond to key trends as it results to skills migration. We have categorized these discussions into 3 trends. The first being the digital trend and this impact of technology, automation, and AI. The second being the green trend, which focuses on sustainability, green skills, and importantly ESG, ESG performance monitoring and ESG reporting. SETAs cannot be delinked from the environment, social, and governance. And then the third trend being the innovation trend, because innovation is not just about technology, it's also about non-technology based innovation. And so within these 3 key trends, the panel then reflected and also indicating that innovation can be an equalizer, one that is used to bridge the skills divide and ensure that your poor and working class are not left behind. But we must innovate for impact, so it's not just a box-ticking public relations exercise. It's something that actually makes a difference. The SETAs need to focus on sustainability and drive green skills projects. The Skills Development Act does not limit SETAs to skills development, but to a broader mandate of sustainable livelihoods and the need to contribute to improving the quality of life of people. The panel also reflected on the need for every community to have a smart skills center that is more than simply skills development, but includes aspects of social and economic development in every community. The green hydrogen economy should be a top priority for creating new opportunities in the overall green economy. We have listened, and what we've heard is that we should prioritize the implementation of a center for specialization on green hydrogen skills, the first of its kind, both locally and globally. And this Green Hydrogen Skills Center should play a key role in training the green artisans that we need. More resources need to be allocated towards scarce and critical skills and programs targeting the youth and women. It was also mentioned that the national migration labor policy should be aligned to skills policy so that we have better and more effective alignment of policies across the various departments. The trend of massive retrenchments was highlighted and can be attributed to the impact of automation and AI, and this requires innovative skills programs to be implemented by SETAs to address the challenge of increasing retrenchments. So we need each SETA to have skills programs for upskilling retrenched workers as a top priority for all SETAs. We need digital-first learning programs and more compact relevant skills programs. So it was mentioned that the days of lengthy 3-year, 4-year learning and strategic programs are long gone. Industry needs SETAs to be more responsive through more compact and more relevant learning and skills programs. TVETs play a key role in responding to key trends as mentioned by the DDG, and we need more collaboration on specific areas in the digital, green, and innovation trends with TVETs. More programs should also be developed for artisan development and 4IR skills, including artisan entrepreneurship, so that we train not for the sake of training, but artisans who can create and sustain their own enterprises. The next decade will be the decade of the digital artisan, and SETAs and the green artisan. And SETAs should support the production of digital and green artisans. Finally, Chair, it was mentioned that we have 35 trade centers, but we need to increase the number of trade centers and assessment centers as well in the country in order to substantially increase artisan production in South Africa. In conclusion, I think it was mentioned that we need to turn waste into wealth and ensure that the waste recycling economy is sufficiently supported with an adequate skills infrastructure. Chair, that's the summation of panel 3.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pillay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Colleagues, I think we must clap one more time, a little louder, because, yeah. What more can I say? Well done, and thanks a million times, and we really, really are proud for the work that you've done. I must emphasize that whilst Ms. Nxesi is making her way to the front, I must emphasize that you've made our work and the work of the content team easy in summing up and leading us towards the meeting of the mandate that the minister left us with to say he wants a report. As the presentations were being made, I could immediately see how all of these things are fitting into those pillars we had set, as well as the foundation that we started on in the beginning. They might need a little bit of tweaking, a little bit of maybe some additions here and there, but by and large, the framework is there that we will be working on. I need to make a point that also because the AG did mention my SETA's name, and I got that name, Cat SETA, with my life. When we spoke and they presented some not so nice findings about us specifically, but the SETA environment in general, I said to her, but why is it that you never call all of us in one room and tell us this thing when we are all together? And she said, well, the arrangement at the moment are not like we are able to do that. We are monitoring you individually, and DDG, we have it done today. And hopefully we can have more of it, and we can actually get these kinds of inputs from all the structures that are responsible for our functioning in terms of monitoring and evaluation, actually standing up and telling us when we are all together to say, actually, this is what you need to be improving on and doing well on, so that we can then get better and better in what we're doing. With that said, Mam Nxesi, please come up. And I want to, whilst she comes up, thank the team that worked tirelessly, from the guys that were preparing this venue and the communications and everything. I know it will be done tomorrow, but well done, guys. Kudos for the hard work that you've put in here. And just for the basis of what we've done today, you outperformed yourselves. Content team, a great work indeed. All the people that were working in subcommittees preparing for this day and tomorrow, we will be thanked again tomorrow. But for now, I have to say well done, and we are really, really super proud of you. After Ms. Nxesi, you will not hear a word from me, and will not see or have sight of even a flash of me. So you better clap now for... No. You are too much in a hurry. I was going to say clap for yourselves. Now you've clapped hard for me. No. First, clap for yourself for being a wonderful audience, except those few rebels at the back. Well done, and great work indeed. I won't mind as I give over the mic for you to then clap for me, you know. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay.
I must say this high boy. Yes, Wakalanje. Eh? Oh, I must say, good day, this auntie worked very hard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ndlovu, the Chair of Chairs. Before you leave, let me just say that thank you very much for your support. Indeed, without you and the chairpersons and the entire boards of the SETA, CEOs will not be in this position. I'm not here to do any bigger task other than to acknowledge, firstly, each and every one of you, even if I'm not gonna give you a doggy bag for tonight or for now, but indeed, you have been the great audience. Thank you very, very, very much. We really appreciate that the first day was a success. I will just request that our speakers to come a little bit in front, all our speakers that we had, and facilitators. Facilitators and speakers. Oh, now we need only the facilitators and the speakers that have come, facilitated the sessions. Let us do quickly, the night is gonna be nice. We have the all night long. So we need to be ready for the next session. Can we get to the facilitators and the speakers quickly? Thank you very much, colleagues. Where do I start? I start on program one. Okay. You're supposed to have heard the names. What are the names? Okay. Let me first request you, and a nice and a big photo for you is required. Thank you very much. These are the people that we have requested to take trouble and come and facilitate the sessions. To our program director, who has been able to really man the stage and making sure that everything has gone according to plan. And he did exactly what I told him, that we don't mess up. You manage the crowd, and he did. Thank you very much. We really appreciate. We are also having the chairperson of ASAWA. ASAWA is the Association of SETA Executive Officers. When it was established, the head was very shivering, Mr. Mvalo, Mr. Lumka. They thought that we were organizing a union kind of, and forgot that especially at the time I was the chairperson, they thought that I'm a shop steward. But they can see now ASAWA is about collaboration and working together. Thanks to the chairperson, we have Dr. Yende is our chairperson for ASAWA. The next person that will do, I'm not going in terms of but it doesn't matter, the order. All the best. Thank you very much. I know that. Did you? What is it? What is it? We are having I must say that without DG, Dr. Sishi, who tried even on Saturday, he kept us really engaged from 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock. We never had such a meeting. And he told us that we're no longer having triple challenges, but quintuple challenges in the country. I had to go and Google the quintuple challenges we're having. It's poverty, unemployment, inequalities, gender-based violence, and femicide. You should know as from today. Thanks, Gigi. Okay? I'll keep it for him. Ms. Ayanda Mafuleka, thank you very much, and has been the person and the pillar of ensuring that we have the financial services and accountability will be in order, AG. Thank you. Our next one is Mr. Manu Seshezi from Construction SETA, CEO, that has assisted us, is not on the podium for now. We'll take that later in the interest of time. Was the chairperson for making sure that we work. I'll tell you the story why we have chairpersons and SETA CEOs as facilities later. Ms. Montle Lerumo, don't go. Okay, you from PSETA CEO, thank you very much. Photo. To Mayor Sharon Sepeng, thank you very much as the chairperson for ensuring that at least we get the right kind of information, knowledge and skills that we need today. Now we are going to move to our panelists for all the sessions that we had. Professor Fikeni, I'm not sure the prof is still here. We'll keep it for Professor Somadoda Fikeni. We have learned a great deal. We'll implement those. It's a nice kind of stuff, backpacker, that is not going to be very difficult. You don't need to declare, ne? We have already declared AG, all of these things. And then we have topic 1. The second speaker, Dr. Taba from Performance and Monitoring. You must monitor the processes of this and make sure that there is an impact. Thank you very much. Ms. Villiers, Department and Chairperson of Business Unity, South Africa, thank you very much.
Request that all the recipients stay on stage.
For a photo shoot, it's a legacy that we are going to make sure that it's reserved. Dr. Granville Whittle, DDG, Basic Education. I think he's not here at this point in time. Professor Putsisi, President of SAPCO and Principal of Motewa College, where there is the art of the world kind of artisan academy. Thanks, Prof. Professor Rasul, a researcher, renowned critic, and a very good kind of input that we have received here. We'll look at it later on. And also Mr. Naidu, the CEO of QCTO, to ensure that at least quality issues are in place. Mr. Sam Morotoba, thank you very much, sir, from the Department of Labor and Employment. We really appreciate your presence and the DG. This is the veteran. If you want to get the history of the SETAs, he will give you. DDG Zungu, TVET DDG branch, he's ensuring that we have the kind of the technical vocational institutions that we're having. You see now I'm giving you the program as a learned one. Mr. Ali, Mr. Ali has been online. We won't be able to give. And we request Mr. Ndlovu. Thank you very much, Mr. Ndlovu, from the community constituents at Nedlek. We really appreciate your inputs. Is not here. The Auditor General, Ms. Maluleke. Okay, you can leave. We'll do that later on. Thank you.
We had a guy from Kusatu.
We are having Mr. Kolani Mdoda to come forward. Oh, Mr. Kolani Mdoda from Kosatu. Well done. Professor Olalu from TUT, thank you very much for insightful kind of issues on fourth industrial revolution and technology.
The CEOs that did
we are requesting that all the CEOs that have done the summations to come forward so that we can quickly run this one. All CEOs that have done the summation and helped us to save the time, Mr. Hubert Mashabane, Dr. Thabo Mashongwane, Mr. Ishan Pillay, Ms. Elaine Brass, and Dr. Innocent Sirova. Please come forward, colleagues.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Pillay. Well done. Thank you very much. I would like to say to our facilitators, our speakers, and also those that have done summation, a big job. And if you want a job to be done, give it to a CEO because he has a responsibility and accountability. Thank you very much. We are going to request Zodwa. What happens from now? Can we get a round of applause for all of them whilst I'm giving you direction? Ms. Mutane, where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? The launch, it's not really a gala dinner, it's the launch, a formal launch of our high impact SETA integrated projects will take place at 6 o'clock at OR Tambo. I am told that there would be some finger lunch for you to hang around if you're not going. We will be starting that program at 6 o'clock sharp. It's not going to be a long program. The Deputy Minister will be hosting the session. You are invited to attend the session. We have to make sure that tomorrow morning, by 9 o'clock, we are seated here and conclude the business. Thank you very much. Thanks to the organizing team, but we'll thank you more tomorrow.
SETA's vision is to enable a skilled and prosperous agricultural sector. It is our mission to increase access to relevant skills that through strategic partnerships and credible research creates an actual impact and inclusive economic growth. We really cannot overstate the importance of the agricultural sector for every South African, and we are dedicated to growing the next generation of South African agricultural leaders.
SETA, the Banking Sector Education and Training Authority, guided by its mandate and as an agent of transformation, seeks to promote employment equity and broad-based Black economic empowerment through skills development. Bank SETA does so by encouraging employers in its sector to develop an active learning environment in the workplace, providing employees with opportunities to acquire new skills and progress their careers. By increasing levels of investment in workplace education and training, and by promoting transformation as guided by the NSDS equity targets of 85% Black, 54% female, and 4% disabled.
The Skills Development Facilitator works between the organization, the bank, and the Bank SETA in identifying skills in our organization. We also benchmark our skills needs internationally. We look at our talent pipeline to identify the skills that we require that underline that talent pipeline, and then we work together with the bank SETA in fulfilling those talent needs. They also assist us in remaining abreast of legislative changes in skills development, and they monitor and manage the distribution of grants within the sector.
So Tshwane University of Technology, which are called TUT, has partnered with Bank SETA since 2015 on the Work Integrated Learning Project.
Ekurhuleni West College and Bank SETA started the relationship in 2014 to assist students who has completed their N6 through WHEEL program.
Bank SETA's responsibility in this project is to provide the funding for the learners and to monitor the progress of the project to make sure that it is successful.
The responsibility of Ekurhuleni West College is to manage stipend provided by Bank SETA, manage COIDA, workplace injuries, and to source host employers within financial sector and business sector to enable students to do the 18 months practical experience so that they're able to get their national diplomas.
In 2020, 75 students went through the program and Bank SETA provided funding at the value of 3.3 million.
Through its partnerships, Bank SETA enables stakeholders to advance the national and global position of the broader banking and alternative banking sector. Ultimately, this means that work seekers find employment, retrenched workers re-enter the market, and employers find qualified employees in a fair and equitable framework. Bank SETA, supporting transformation and people development.
Introducing CAT SETA, your gateway to a world of possibilities. Our expertise span across 6 dynamic subsectors, ensuring that you find your perfect fit. At CAT SETA, we're more than just a stepping stone. We're a launchpad for your career. We support and administer various learning programs to fuel your growth. CAT SETA conducts quality assurance in line with QCTO requirements, setting the standard for your success. Your dreams matter, and so does your investment. CAT SETA disperses levies collected from employers, making education accessible and impactful. We don't just support education, we champion it. CAT SETA actively promotes the implementation of the National Qualifications Framework, ensuring your qualifications are recognized and valued. CAT SETA, shaping futures, empowering lives.
The Construction Education and Training Authority of South Africa, also known as SETA, has embarked on a nationwide roadshow across all 9 provinces to engage its stakeholders. The journey started in Johannesburg,
attendance. Yes, sir. Because the type of certificates that our learners are getting, they don't work the paper written on it.
Cape Town.
When we announce